Hello, everyone. Welcome to the start of the Saturday stream that you didn't even know was going to happen because neither did I. How are you doing, Saturday chatters? It is 2:42 p.m. in the afternoon here in fabulous Las Vegas. And we're back in the Star Citizen category. Which can only mean bad things. There was a convention there is a convention also. It's not over, I suppose, but it's in the UK, I believe. So they're 8 hours ahead. So for them, day one ended a few hours ago. And I was asleep until after like 11:30 a.m. which is pretty much when things are winding down for them. So I want to kind of catch up and see some things that transpired over the night, because I think it started at like 2 a.m. my time. And you know what? I'm really interested in seeing what's going on, but I don't have the stamina to start the stream at 2 a.m. So kudos to the content creators who did. And then watched for like 9 hours. That would that'd be like to 11 a.m. So while they're all sleeping right now, probably because they've just got done doing an entire stream, we're gonna do a recap episode, because I haven't seen anything except like a couple of blurbs on Twitter. A couple of things that just pop up in the feed, but I kind of wanted to watch it anyway. So my two options were watch it by myself in silence, or give you guys the opportunity to hang out and tag along too. So I decided to go with that one. And I'm just gonna be, fast forwarding through different parts of it because it is a 9-hour VOD. What's up, gamers? Who has the good guess for the background music that is playing right now? Hello from the UK. I can confirm I haven't seen anything, so we'll watch with. Welcome along for the ride. But howdy, everybody. Thanks for getting a stream subs. What's up, Papa Joe? Thanks for 49 months. Arriving right here at the beginning. And also Roggle Boggle. Let me fix Midas's thing before we start. His little bed. Okay. Let's try that. But yeah, I was gonna stream yesterday and ended up not, because I was gonna play Star Citizen yesterday because the new patch came out on the persistent universe, and it was like great time to jump back in and check things out. And then I found when I looked around to see who was streaming, I was like, oh, interesting. Everyone is playing the preview build of 4.0 on Evocati. And I am not a member of this elite echelon of testers. Not that I probably should be. But it sort of kneecapped my intentions to stream Star Citizen yesterday. So I got stuck between rock and hard plays, because I didn't want to go live with the stinky persistent universe that any Joe Schmo off the street could be playing, when everybody else is watching and playing 4.0, new system, pyro, jump gates, new content like that. Like, people would be coming into my stream with multiple questions that I did not want to field for the entire stream, such as, are you playing 4.0 right now? No. Why not? Because I'm not invited. And it would just be kind of sad. It would have just been kind of sad. So I just canceled my stream plans yesterday because there was not a single other thing I wanted to do except check out Star Citizen. So now we're here today. I waited a day. Now we can watch the recap of CitizenCon Day 1, kind of jump around in it, and then if we happen to have time, check out the current Persistent Universe update. What's up, Jumbo Ninja? Went on a long trip and come back to a Star Citizen stream. Welcome and thanks for 77 months. It's a long time. I appreciate you, Roggleboggle, and Papa Joe 7. Hi, Town Chat. Glad to catch a stream while doing chores. What's up, Robot Mystic? I'm rolling out the TV with the video today for the class. But yeah, we're back. What's up, Buttercock? So I decided to just stream today instead. I was gonna do some stuff yesterday. So we're here for a weekend special instead. Because I did not expect them to blast off with a public NDA has been lifted. I think they just got tired of people leaking everything. Which, you know, it's a smart way to handle it. If everybody is leaking your private tests, then just take the NDA off and let everybody do it. Everyone can make the content now. And just accept, like, Star Citizen is already the butt of all the technical issue jokes anyways, so they may as well just be like, whatever, just, if you want to stream Evocati, the little preview build, do it. Who cares? Because I'm sure that they did this to try to drum up hype. Like, it's the convenience of the release dates for all these things is very suspect. I don't imagine that the patch that we're on right now, which is what, 3.4 0.2 what Star Citizen, we're on 3.24.2, right? There's no doubt in my mind that that was not ready to go live on the Persistent Universe, or that 4.0 was ready for Evocati testing. I am certainly convinced that both of those things were pushed out ahead of CitizenCon so that no one could say that they weren't doing it. It's like, you can't say, we're not even testing 4. Nope, they completely cut that out with the publicly available viewing of the test. You can't be like, well, there's features. Nope, we pushed out 3.2, 4.2. Might be buggy, but we'll fix it. Like, definitely getting ahead of those criticisms for sure. And I can't blame them. I think it's smart. I think it was well played, I would say. Is this the real Italics? Nope, the real one's in the basement playing D4. I did get to play some D4 last night. This has been a Diablo week for me. So sorry for the extra absences, but we're in that in-betweener phase where like Satisfactory, still a fantastic game. I'm just burned out. TCG card game, really fun game. I'm just burned out. Like, the dopamine receptors are burned out and we're on cooldown. So I'm on like game cooldown for a bunch of different things. And I'm also like having fun playing D4 in co-op with Alice off stream. So those two things happen to coincide this week. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. Okay. I have been trying to not take allergy medicine for the last few days because I've been convinced that the over-the-counter stuff isn't doing anything. And so far, after 3 days, it's an identical circumstance. Whether I take it or not, I am just as sneezy and blowing my nose, so I don't know. I think all the like Claritin's placebo is what I'm starting to think. I'm sure that it's probably just taking it every day of my life for decades has probably just made me immune to it. The only thing that does anything is Benadryl, and I don't want to go to sleep, so I'm not going to take that. Benadryl's like, I'm out. I am both asleep and my nose is perfect. Like, allergies are clean, man. Benadryl's the heavy hitting stuff, but it's too heavy. By the way, Rumpeteer, thank you for the 8 months. Howdy, Rumpeteer. And Christine, happy CitizenCon, thanks. Welcome back, thanks for subbing again. 12-month gift sub courtesy of Oh Dirty Sloth. Wow. That is a huge gift sub. Sleep stream again? I don't think you've ever got an actual sleep stream. You've gotten a stream that stayed on whilst I slept. That was the subathon, which we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of, which scares me because I don't think it was that long ago. I'm pretty sure. Welcome, Luim. What's up, Tay-Tay, Shy Wolf? Howdy, Zen Muffin, IMC, Audible Quack. Hello, Rank 10 Fellow, Falcris, Abstract Flow, Shaky D, and Xanashar. What's up, Not Ethan? Welcome, guys. Welcome. We'll get the video kicked off here in just a minute. We're gonna be, if you joined late, we're gonna be watching pieces from the CitizenCon Day 1 broadcast. I just wanted to watch. So I would either be sitting on the couch with an iPad, just like watching it in silence. I thought, well, this would be more fun with chat. We can do some watch, talk, chat, commentary, while like some good old fashioned reaction. Midas being cute in the back. That's his default position, is being cute somewhere. But if we happen to have time afterward, then we'll also play. But you know me, I can, if we cut, this is a 9-hour VOD, I'm sure we won't watch 9 hours of it. We'll probably watch like 2 to 3 hours of it. But with me talking about stuff in between, that doubles the length of whatever content we actually end up watching. So if we have time, then we'll play. And then otherwise, if we don't have time, then I'll just find another day to check out the most recent patch, kind of poke around, see what's going on. It's hard to like commit to playing more than a few times until it seems like if they've started testing a 4.0, it's very reasonable to assume that most of what they have left to do before they can push 4.0 out is centered around the servers. So it all depends on how long it takes them to iron out server meshing, which they've been doing a lot of testing on publicly of late. And then the rest of it is optimizing, because I saw during the tests yesterday that people were in the invite-only demo. It was mostly performance issues, like as in bad frame rate. So figuring out how to optimize the frame rate seems like the main thing. But welcome, Brynjar Bjorn. CitizenCon is in Manchester. It is, yeah. And they're gonna have day 2 later. New subathon win, not this year. That's for sure. It's not supposed to be a yearly thing. Ironically, I'm gonna watch this when it becomes a VOD. You're gonna watch a VOD of someone watching a VOD. Because that's what we're doing today, is watching a VOD. All right, should we get started? I'd say let's get started. What's gonna be the best spot? Down bottom left is probably fine. And then I'll give you guys a window cap. And then I can be somewhere over. I like being bottom right. Somewhere over there is good. Okay. VOD watchers, skip 5 seconds. Oh, VOD watchers. Yeah. Rewind 5 seconds, too. But yeah, I kind of started here because I think this is around where it starts. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff to parse. So I'll just pick and choose. Listen, if you're a diehard and I skip something that you're extremely interested in, don't take it personally. Or vice versa, I suppose. I'm just going to be like, I'm going to use my own internal clock for different segments. But I really want to see the intro because I see Jared. So that's a must watch for me. I also haven't even seen, as it happens, the it was like 4 weeks ago or something, they did a special video on how engineering gameplay is going to work, and I haven't even watched that. So I'm a little bit behind on stuff that we need to catch up on. So this is gonna be the Star Citizen recap episode, where I try to figure out what I've been sleeping on this whole time. But yeah, I really want to do like another, I want to do another Zero to Hero of some kind. I don't know if I want to do it as hardcore as the first go around. But I really can't justify it until we get to 4.0. I feel like, because that's the marker. Like starting anytime before then it doesn't feel right. It doesn't seem like there's going to be so many more players. It's going to be so many more people in each server. And I don't mean people coming back to play. I mean the servers are literally going to be like 5 to 15 times larger. I'm making pork loin. Do you want any of this for this 10-hour movie? Hello, Danny Donuts. It sounds like it's not going to be ready for a while, though. Maybe by the time we'll get hungry somewhere around here, probably. Okay, gamers, let's kick it off. I gave you guys a 20-minute talking intro. Why does the timer say 20 minutes if they're about to start now? I can hear the crowd.
Hi, everybody.
Do I need to put like a little text that says this is not live or something for people who come in confused? Watching the day one VOD or something? Like over there? Is that big enough to read but small enough to not be distracting? I don't know if you can read that. Is it too tiny? Hi, everybody. I understand that this is live. I mean, I'm live. I am live. But Jared is not live. He is alive, but he is not live. It's different. But welcome live stream live chatters. What's up, Thorben is Scottish, Operator Actual. Crather, welcome guys. All right.
Hi, everybody. We're back. It's been so long. Hi, welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. If you're in...
Okay, I love the sheer... I'm sorry to pause already. I'm going to be doing this a lot. The sheer number of people who are trying to find him right now. Like, they hear a voice coming from the heavens. And, like, there's so many people looking around trying to figure out, like, where is he?
Hall A, let me hear a scream.
I think there's a screen they're watching him
If you're
on.
in Hall B, let me hear a scream. I'm going to take this off. Here, George. Come on, dude. That's George. Say
He's
hi, George.
already taking
All right,
off the gear.
George. Welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. We are live from Manchester Central here in beautiful.
Just immediately, like, yeeting all the equipment. Is that something so that you can hear yourself talk? So that you don't get distracted? It's actually super distracting if you've ever spoken on like a microphone in a public place like this, where the speakers are reverbing your own voice back to you, it can be extremely disorienting to hear yourself on a delay. So they give you like an earpiece so that you can hear yourself one-to-one, and then I guess that was distracting. That distracts me. I like having earbuds for that reason. So I relate to Jared, because having like the giant cups that block and make everything that you say just like, chat, cover your ears right now. Cover your ears right now and start talking. Okay. Anyway, the rest of you who did not cover your ears, think about how gullible those people are. They can't even hear us right now. We can say whatever we want about them, and they'll never know because they covered their ears. Okay.
Sunny Manchester, United Kingdom. This is the, 11th CitizenCon? 10th CitizenCon? I should have counted beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm sorry about the countdown thing there. This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as one might expect, it took us a little longer to get things going than we expected. But we're ready to start. We're approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20, 25 minutes. So we do got some stuff here. So what is CitizenCon? Anybody?
They don't know, chat.
You can't see them. There's a bunch of people
They're
down
making
here
it up
below
as
me.
they go along.
What's CitizenCon? Nothing. Chips?
They're trying to figure it out right now. They're doing it live.
Okay, we're not talking to that guy anymore. CitizenCon is our annual showcase of all the work our developers are doing for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's also a chance for Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather, much as they're doing here. Let's take a look across the field here. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field. Look at that. This
oh damn, they got like a whole
of the UEES.
They got like a whole show floor model. Which Mark Hornet is that? Is that just the one from Squadron 42?
Barbary. Here now, every CitizenCon we theme our expo hall to one thing or another. In 2019, it was themed for Grimhex. In last year, it was themed for Pyro. This year, the UEE's in town celebrating Citizen Day, and we'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So what's on the agenda for this year? Well, CitizenCon, like it was last year, is now a two-day event. So we have a whole host of presentations today, and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow. We're going to run them down now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specific with you at this point.
Did you guys hear like a power down sound just now?
And kick off CitizenCon proper. Like, we're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage, we are starting with Brave New Worlds. Now that is our core technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation with that amazing Star Engine trailer that was like 25 minutes long or something. We don't have a 25-minute long trailer today, but we do have a...
okay, I didn't even watch that video. Do we need to go back and watch the Star Engine trailer first? This is, how far are we recapping? Are we recapping 2 Star Citizens ago, or 2 Star Citizen Cons? Do I need to go back and watch that first?
Chock full 90-minute approximately presentation of their new Genesis system, which is a subsystem within Star Engine that will let us build planets at the size, scale, and scope that we've always dreamed of.
Every single one they've had.
Out at the start of the day. After that, we've got a social universe. Now,
they keep plugging it in.
Is the sleeper presentation of the entire thing. Now,
Ding dong.
We were a little cagey in the description on the website about what this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this. But I'll just say it's the sequel to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in large groups of people will want to pay attention to this one. After that, we're going to take a lunch break.
We're in a large group of people right now.
This is a very long day, and, you know, we all need to take a break here. That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones, because the second half of the day, you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. Because when we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Toby Eye Tracker, and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion in the universe. And then, as we said in our summary on the website, the return of an old friend from CitizenCon past. Yes, Virginia, it's true. What you've guessed on Reddit, it's here. And then finally, Beyond Pyro, where I promised on SCL just a few short weeks ago that there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. Well, guess what? There's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year. All right, I'm going to need you to do better with your cues there. Yeah, we're going to look beyond Pyro to what comes next. And then
I gotta say, I'm impressed that I can't tell if he's reading off of like a teleprompter or not. That's just how good he is. Like I assume, I know he has cards in his hand, so he has to have just like topic cards. That's just how good Jared is. He's just able to do this whole intro just looking at like a couple of little like bullet points.
We're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge, and then there's
consummate
something on
professional.
schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not allowed to tell you what that is, but I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at the end of the day. And then on day 2, we come back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at last year's CitizenCon, and the new crafting system. The crafting system that aims to dynamically change the face of all life in Star Citizen. There's a reason it's kicking off day 2. You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Industry, that's replacing our general Ship Talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 940? Yeah. George is saying yes. Replaces our generic Ship Talk segment with a presentation dedicated to the ships and vehicles.
Who's clicking the mic?
Possible with the return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the persistent universe yet. But it's getting a big glow up before it does. So you're gonna want to check that out. And then, well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. You got a tight zoom? Yeah. Let me talk to you here. The Stars, My Destination. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, you know, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now, the most important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it, be there for it tomorrow. Now, that's enough for me.
Wait, which one? Which one's the most important one?
Let me talk to you here.
He said it's the most important one, but I didn't catch what it was. Which one?
Stars, My Destination.
Okay, The Stars, My Destination. Whoever titled that is clearly a huge anime fan. If it's called The Stars, My Destination, that is for sure an anime series title.
Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, you know, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now, the most important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it, be there for it tomorrow.
I marked it.
Now,
I will say that the day 2 stuff sounds the most interesting to me. Being base building information, crafting system information, and then whatever he's talking about now, that's the most important thing that they're going to capstone everything on. And then whatever Captains of Industry is. Like when you say Captains of Industry, you have my attention, not just because it's a good video game in its own right, but like that to me, that says logistics. The Stars, My Destination is a science fiction novel by American writer Alfred Bester. Okay, so it is an anime.
Enough for me. We're going to throw it down to Dan, down on the floor of the hangar here, and we're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Thank you, Jared. Welcome back to CitizenCon 2954. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games, welcoming you all back to Manchester, home of the previous CitizenCon 2949. Although unlike then, things look a little bit different than they did before. That's right, as Jared said, gone is the grit and grime of Grimhex, and now we have the spick and span floors of a UEES Bengal-class ship. That's right, we are aboard the UEES Barbary, just locked in orbit above Manchester. That's right, this entire CitizenCon is themed and brought to you by the UEE Navy.
Somebody loot this.
Why, you may ask? Well, you'll just have to keep watching to find out. Now, if you're looking at the screen going, who's that handsome man I'm looking at? You probably have a different tab open. So I'll give you guys a quick second to get to Twitch or YouTube and get to the right tab. Make sure you're watching the stream and make sure you're watching our content. I know, it's a disappointment to me too, but I'm told that eventually you get over my face and voice and everything about
come
me.
on, don't be
but
like
in case
that.
you don't, this year I'm joined by Manchester's very own Sam Haley as my co-host here on the show floor at CitizenCon. Sam Haley is one of our QA supervisors here at the Manchester studio. She also has some impressive street cred. She was the pilot of the Carrick in the 2949 CitizenCon demo, and I literally found this out yesterday. She's also the voice of the ASOP terminal. So we'll make sure that you guys get to meet Sam later today as we're going through. Now, I know Jared just went over this a moment ago, but if you're like me and you can't listen to a man in his, I don't know, mid-80s ramble on about how the sky used to be blue and dial-up used to be a thing, let me explain.
Can I just pause for a second and say that it's situations like this that make me happy to be a nerd, where every single person in the background is too shy and too nervous to be a dick live on camera behind the person with the microphone. You know what I mean? Like if this was happening like on the street, just walking around, chaos immediately. Like the news anchors that are outside, you know what I mean? But they're doing like a live shot right here. Jared is basically like a Star Citizen celebrity. Nobody is going up and be like, hey, oh, pay attention to me. Can I have like an autograph? Imagine this at like a sports event. Yeah, they're all just like, yeah, I'm just gonna be over here. I don't want to be on camera.
What we're doing here. I'm here on the show floor at CitizenCon here to show you guys the awesome stuff we have for those of you who are at home and aren't able to attend. So we want to make sure that you guys feel as though you're not missing out.
Everyone's
so come follow
facing
me. We're gonna
away.
check out some cool
Everyone's
stuff here
watching the TV while he's standing behind them.
on
That's
the
so
show
funny.
floor right now. To my immediate left, we have the Voyager Bar. If you guys are here at CitizenCon and are looking for some refreshments, look no further than the Voyager Bar.
He's just like, yeah, hey, what's up?
Refreshments
They're going directly to me.
Drink manufacturers. We have some awesome flags. We have some awesome pennants. I don't know how well they're going.
Hey, nope. I need to start using arrow keys. Under 25, get out.
Flag. We have some awesome pennants. I don't know how well
Is that the drinking age in the UK? 25?
we're going to pick up, but we also have some amazing 3D torpedo burrito dancing Garmin Humble stuff in the background. If you guys are looking for a drink here at CitizenCon, look no further than the Voyager Bar. I'm sure we're going to see some of our developers here around 4 p.m. Probably closer to 3 p.m. They're going to be here any second. It's been a long couple of weeks, so we'll give them some privacy and we're going to move right on. Also to my left, we have our Monster Tech Sim Pit. If you guys are looking to experience Star Citizen in a way that you've never experienced before while you're here at CitizenCon, then the
when you're at a convention and you say something is a something pit, I would just call it something else at this point. The word pit at conventions has been corrupted forever and all time.
Monster Tech Sim Pit is a great place to be using our VKB sponsored joysticks. These are awesome places to check out Arena Commander and Star Citizen in real D4D. Now over here, come follow me. We're just going, excuse me guys. Come follow me. Now over here we have our community booth section. We're going to be visiting the community booth section a bunch during CitizenCon, so I'm not going to get into too much detail now. But as you can see, all of our community booths are themed after in-game cargo container manufacturers. We have
Dude, Boba
Anvil,
Fett is here.
We have Argo. We got RSI. We got
Mercenaries.
Kobolds, we got MISC. All of these containers are filled with orgs and booths that signed up to be part of our community booths. There's some awesome stuff. Like I said, we're going to be going there a little later today, so I'm not going to get into too much detail right right now, but there's some awesome stuff there, filled with groups that make the Verse a more immersive, impressive, inclusive place to be. Excited to check them out later. Come follow me.
I want to go inside one of the cargo containers.
As you can see right here, we have our general lounge here at CitizenCon. If you guys are looking for a place to escape the humdrum and bits and bustle of the auditorium, the general lounge is a good place to hang your cap, sit down, and relax.
Dude, is
it's
that
also
a pizza?
a good place for you guys to make new friends.
Oh,
You guys
that's
are
like a whole
here
pizza.
for a shared love of Star Citizen. So if you guys want to make new friends, feel free to grab a seat. Ask people what their favorite ships are, their favorite ship manufacturer, their favorite game feature that may or may not have an issue council report. And you guys will make friends for life here at CitizenCon, here at the General Lounge. And I know there's something that we haven't talked about. It's a pretty big thing, it's a pretty big deal. I know we've just been glossing over it. I think we finally should talk about it. I'm talking about, of course, the Addison Lounge. That's right, the Addison Lounge. If you are looking to sit down in comfort and style, the Addison Lounge is the place to go. We have our United Empire of Earth timeline. We have our UEE branding.
We got lore on the walls?
It's a good place for, again, for you
I
to
would go
hang
to
your
the
cap, sit down, relax.
I would go to the lore wall first. I would just be standing there while they're doing all this, like talking on the screen, just like, I have to get rid of like the little text bubble that is above the lore wall. This is true. While I've been playing Diablo, every time we go to a new city or a new town, I have to get rid of all the lore bubbles. Like NPCs that can talk to you, they have a little text bubble above their head, and they have to be grayed out. If there's any like non-transparent lore bubbles, I have to listen to every single thing that they say if they have something to say, even if I don't do any of the side quests there. That's what I would do first thing here.
And enjoy the show. And I think that's it. I mean, Sam, I don't know where my co-host Sam is. Sam, hi, Sam. I don't think there's anything
waiting in the
else
rafters
that I'm missing on show 4, right? I don't think there's any major stuff I glossed over, nothing big or exciting that I didn't talk about, right?
Dan, I know the most big thing in the room is your ego, but other than that, there is one thing you haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hornet in the room, shall we? We have an amazing set piece here at CitizenCon this year. It is massive. It is the biggest thing that I think we've ever had on the show floor here at CitizenCon. It is absolutely impressive. It has some really great audio displays as well, if you guys were here earlier.
Audio displays.
I think, Sam, while I go powder my nose and make sure that I'm picture perfect, why don't you head on over there and give the people more information about the biggest and best set piece we have here at CitizenCon. Let's check out exactly what we're talking about, shall we?
Happily. Thanks, Dan. Let's go check this thing out.
Okay, listen. Where do you think this ends up after the convention? Like, who takes this home? The roof. In the office? They mention it a bit later? Okay. Well, you can't listen. You're not allowed to know that. You're not allowed to see into the future. A used dealership.
So,
sell it for
as
parts.
you guys can see, we have a near life-size replica of the Hornet.
Okay, hang on. No. I know what they do afterwards. They melt it to buy an F8C with a golden ticket. Probably. Right?
F7A Mark II. This thing was made for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together, from 6 weeks of concept, 8 weeks of build time. This thing was their biggest ever build, but they have built stuff for us before in the Manchester studio. Now, as you guys know, this is a medium fighter, so it packs a punch, but it is pretty quick. if you guys have flown the F-17s
I haven't.
before,
No, never.
it's very similar. However, this thing, if you
Is it
guys
one to
haven't
one? They
seen
said it
the
was close.
guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's pretty powerful.
Okay, so these things are plugged into the floor. That means that that's probably like the display that they were talking about. Like this thing like has like a power up sequence or something.
Well, yes, this
I appreciate that in the far-flung future, this is still the coolest gun mankind has ever made. You know, like just a Gatling style gun is going to be our crowning achievement from like a weapons perspective forever. In terms of iconic.
Well, yes, this is my now second favorite anvil ship. Dare I say it?
A10 all the way.
And, you know, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have I? Let's just... Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Yeah? Did I sound like me? Yeah? Good. Yeah, it has been delivered right here to
The
Manchester.
ASOP terminal has the
200
microphone
miles
right
away
now.
from Brighton by our amazing guys at Mango Stone. This thing was built with a huge steel spine structure, and there is a platform in the middle, steel platform, that they use to build the top details.
You're telling me the landing legs aren't strong enough to hold this thing together? It's not made out of actual solid steel?
Yep. If you guys don't get the chance to see this in person, just look at everybody's social media for the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure this is going to be people's profile pictures, cover photos, whatever it might be. So yeah, if you're at the event and you don't get a picture with this thing, I think you're missing out. So yes.
Okay. We're at the intro. Jared's taking pictures with... Okay, I was gonna skip ahead, but I'm gonna stick around to see the selfie
to head
section.
over? Brill, I think we're nearly ready for the first presentation. But before that, I'm gonna hand you over to Jared. Jared, over to you.
Hi, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Look, there's Sam.
Hi.
And there's me. And there's Sam. There's me. Now, what Sam was far too humble to tell you is that she, as in her role in QA, has more flight hours.
Why is your speech pattern awkward? At least two reasons. Number one, speaking in front of a crowd is nerve-wracking. The only reason Jared is so good at it is because this is what he does for his job. Even like as a streamer, if you put me in this situation and gave me a microphone, I'd freeze up. Number two, the more important one is that they have these headsets. And like this is, I can tell you from my own personal experience in college, what's happening is they have like an earpiece. And so there's a team of people who are talking in your ear while you're supposed to be talking. So you hear voices that nobody else hears. So to you, it's not like you're not doing anything awkward. You're breaking to hear what they're saying. And then when they stop talking, you talk. So there's like kind of like pauses in between because they're telling her and the other people who are currently like walking around the show floor when they're going to take different cameras and when other people are like, go. So there's right now when Jared starts talking, there's a guy with a camera and there's probably a second person. Usually there's a second person who will tell him like, go, and that you're live, basically. So there's people chirping in the earpiece, trying to coordinate the camera, the different camera groups and the different presenters to tell them when they're being like taking their shot. So that would probably be why. So she's probably just pausing because it's very hard to get used to when there's that's why Jared has his off. And he's just relying on the people to tell him when to go, when to take a shot, basically, because it's just super distracting.
hours on the Hornet than almost any person at CIG, which is why we gave her the wonderful introduction to the Hornet. So, and you might remember Sam from CitizenCon 2019. She flew the Carrack through the very first jump point to the very first visit at Pyro. So let's give Sam a round of applause, please. She was too humble to give her credentials herself. So now we are going to go into Hall A. Hall A is where the magic happens. It's where everybody needs to find their seat and get ready for the start of the show. So hey, if you're here in Hall B,
Get out of here.
let's all move over into Hall A. Because the sooner we all get in there, the sooner we can start the show. And the less I have to vamp like this. Everybody in Hall A. All right. So look, I'll show you how. Follow me. Do. Hey, what you got? Want to take a picture? Take a picture.
All right.
Oh, the other way. There you go. Hi.
Dude, this would never
Oh, you have a
work for me.
timer on it. I don't got that kind of time, man. Okay. You want to take it? I'll take the picture. No, I'm a professional.
You got
okay.
a timer.
Let go. Let go. Oh, you got a battery.
Yeah,
Let
I
go.
have to.
Here, I'll do it. Oh, now you push the button.
Yep.
There you go. I'm a professional. Ready? Stand over there.
I would love if he dropped one of their phones.
Hey, I gonna be.
Yeah, no, we're good. All right. No, we're gonna do two pictures. Ready? We're gonna go down low, like we're in a rap album.
But we can see our bellies then.
Well, okay, I'll do this. Good call. And then up high, like we're teenage girls.
What is going on?
And then one that's really awkward. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, just... How's that look? How's that look? All right.
Thank you.
No problem, guys. All right, let's get into Hall A. Everybody into Hall A.
Dude,
Everybody moving Hall A.
if that was ever me, I would actually panic and have like an anxiety attack on the spot, not because of the camera, but because my phone is so old that the camera app takes like 15 seconds to open. And then once it opens, like flipping it around to selfie mode would take another like 5 straight seconds, and everyone would just be sitting there in silence, like waiting for me to do it. Dude, okay, I just realized like the freeze frame that I paused on. Look at these eyes. They're determined. The whole pizza box here.
A slice of pizza? What is that, just cheese?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Everybody in the hall. That's hot!
I know.
Woo. All right. Hall A, give it up for pizza! Woo. One of my favorite things about Star Citizen, we've got Big Benny's Noodles, we've got Torpedo Burrito, we've got Pips, and we've got pizza. Just pizza. Wow.
Now
There's
he's just
a
got
lot
a
of you in
pizza.
here. This is the largest audience we've ever had for CitizenCon. 4,200 people, plus a bunch of employees, plus a bunch of crew members. Over 5,000 people in this room. What, are you streaming?
No, I'm just videoing.
All right, well, hi, Mom. Oh, you're streaming, what are you doing?
I'm videoing you,
Are you
videoing
just
me.
recording? All right, there we go. Oh, what are you doing? You're doing the same thing?
Accusatory.
All right, here, let me see. Thanks. All right. So
Just
Citizen
assume
Gun, who are
everyone
you?
is a streamer.
Martijn.
Martin? Where are you from, Martin?
Netherlands.
Netherlands. I love the Netherlands. I don't remember most of it, though. Do you?
Yes.
All right. Must be different for visitors. Different priorities. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on stream. Whose phone was this? There you go. There you go. All right. Let's go on. How much time do we got? Hold on, I got to put my headset on. How much time do I need to do this for? Where's Chris Roberts? Chris Roberts is here. Does he have his mic on? Okay. All right, sure. I mean, if that's what he wants.
He wants the pizza.
I apologize. You ready?
Where is he going? Oh, he's wearing the turtle
I think I
shoes.
legitimately.
Hang on. He's wearing the turtles. I gotta find a picture of the shoes. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. I gotta find the TMNT shoes. How far back do I need to go? Here we go, I found them. That was quick. He's wearing the turtle shoes. Respect. Respect for the sneaker game. Those are Jared's turtle shoes. With the Raphael eyes on the Nike. I guess you can swap them out for whoever you want. I love those shoes, dude.
Pulled a hammy. Oh, that thing is rock hard right now.
They show them on stream.
Check out my shoes.
Don't drop beats
Yeah.
on those.
Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo.
Oh, he's got all
Raphael.
four?
Yeah.
He's got all four?
That's all I got, everybody. We're going to take a few short minutes. We're going to start the show. Chris Roberts, he's going to kick this thing off proper. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're going to love the show, everybody. Thanks.
We got better details with the JPEG. Okay, so Chris comes up basically immediately. I was just wondering if there was like a break. Dude. Old man sleeping, waiting for the show to start. How you sleep through everything that they just did? How did you just sleep through all of the chaos that just transpired? Or is he hiding? His wife does not know he's there. Is he like hiding? He's skipping work. Oh, it's Chris. This will make some good stream intro music in like a couple years. Is that him? It's not him. Yeah, the Star Citizen music is really good. I'm interested to hear the full soundtrack from Squadron, because I think I followed the composer on Twitter, I think, and they said that they had just made like dozens of hours of music that's unreleased. Chris Roberts is a spaceship? Oh. He looks the same every year. Does he put on this? Is the same blazer?
Hello, CitizenCon 2954.
a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building today, which is amazing.
It's getting more popular somehow.
I'm so grateful. I know a whole bunch of you around that have come from around the world to visit the lovely, sunny Manchester. But inside here, there's going to be a lot of very cool stuff, although in this up-and-coming presentation, you may see a few things inspired by the Manchester weather. Anyway, so like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen because server meshing is finally a reality. People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evocati testing right now, which is pretty awesome. We're going to have it out at the end of this year. So I think it was going to be a great new phase for Star Citizen.
We're going to have it out at the end of this year.
Days, we'll talk about the new tech and tools in Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be flying around to. And you'll hear about our plans beyond 4.0 and how we get towards Star Citizen 1.0, which is out of alpha and for everybody to play.
Not for everybody to play right
evening, now. I've got a special surprise for you. So
Only
you definitely
the determined.
Want to stick around for the 5:30 show. Anyway, the team has worked really hard on the lead up to CitizenCon and this year to work on, first of all, what you've been playing in live, what you're going to be playing, what you're going to see here. So I'd like to thank them all for working extra hard and putting all their love and care, just like you guys love and care what we're building, into what we're doing. So thank them and you guys. And without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit? Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To the stage to start our journey into the future.
No one knows
so
how to speak French. Least of all the French.
Hello! Bonjour, CitizenCon! Guten Tag, CitizenCon! Hola, CitizenCon!
Okay, that's the easiest one.
Hello, CitizenCon! And hello, Manchester. I'm not going to need this anymore. Cool. I am Benoit Beauséjour.
Okay.
Some of you know.
So the card was just for saying Guten Tag, Ni Hao, Hola, hello. That was, I don't know, something cracks me up about it. Oh.
Know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet.
Pyro 2. Okay, so when you hear them say like Pyro 2, Pyro 3, Pyro 4, Pyro, for the like, this is obviously not a full-time Star Citizen channel. I know that's might blow your mind after the Zero to Hero run. Pyro is the new system that they're supposed to be adding, but there's only one system right now. So it's going to be like twice as much playground to play in before the end of the year. So whenever they say Pyro 1, Pyro 2, Pyro 3, they're talking about the new planets.
Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0.
Clouds are moving fast.
How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established? In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to Monax. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments. Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes. But
I thought this was a Starfield channel. I felt bad for all the channels that took Starfield DLC sponsorships. Because there's no way that I could have gotten through a Starfield DLC stream and kept a smile on my face the whole time. Like, I really thought that they would have learned their lesson on the DLC. You know, it's a DLC. It's not a full game. You could just take the lessons you learned from the base game and make like a good kind of compact. No. Somehow worse.
Also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we made the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection
They're scaling
of
up again.
that we call.
They're feature creeping again.
Genesis.
Genesis.
To help me
They're just getting started. A decade of development? Plus, we're just getting started. This is the beginning. Genesis.
explain all this nice work and this nice technology, let us kick us off. And I welcome our very own Ali Brown and Will Hine for phase 1 of Genesis.
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hine, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
Spider-Man pointing at each other.
And this lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically-based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planet. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes.
It is a beautiful game. Nobody can deny.
And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them, one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet. Additionally, just using humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
Shots fired at No Man's Sky.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. And we want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planets. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes. And most importantly, we want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And from your perspective, we want you to be able to truly explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients, and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
Pause for a second. There's some obvious reasons. I mean, I'm sure they'll get to this, especially with day 2, but there's some obvious reasons why they're doing this overcomplicated set of data sets. Beyond just we want it to look prettier. Is because tomorrow's convention things are about base building and crafting. So if you have groundwater tables, you could say build a well next to your base or something like that. If you have soil type, you could have a little farm or something like that, where you have to have like layers that dictate where building a base might be good or bad, basically. Now, erosion, not really sure on that one, but these kind of like seem like they'll segue into other gameplay decision making.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today using some of the assets that you've already know and love in the PU. Although you might see some new stuff later, we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios. So,
the PU is the persistent universe. That's basically like what you could download and play now. Like what is currently publicly available.
From a ground perspective, demo number 1, let's have a look.
My 4090 is crying right now. My 6090 Ti is crying. Is this Oblivion? This is what Oblivion looks like in your nostalgia, but I promise it's not what it actually looks like.
So,
maybe extremely heavily modded, perfect sunlight screenshot. Why did the fan on my computer just kick up to max just now?
how do we make that? Thank you, thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So,
what?
So, in our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different
That
ground
really
textures,
tickled.
depending on climate, and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate,
Diamonds.
we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that.
No handcrafting.
They each want to be like that. And
We
that's
have
what
to
we're
make
doing.
too many planets.
Multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to beat that forest, to beat that forest to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks, like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see as a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth, and we had pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this.
When do I get to play as a fern?
Which
I want to buy ferns off of the
more competitive and more dominant
the
than
shop
another,
front,
which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light. Because we spawn these assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in. Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
Now, my question is, this is a serious question. When the game is actually, like, playable with this technology, will little grass textures pop in? Because in every single game that has dense forests and whatnot, that's the thing that pisses me off the most, is when you're, like, walking through and you can see the edge of where the actual, like, grass models are popping in. Because if you can actually render it from distance, that would be, to me, the most important thing for, like, immersion. Also, thanks for the subs. Juan Yiners, 38 months. I appreciate the over 3 years. How's it going, dude? And Colin Monstera says, I'm doing my part. Thanks for 2 years. Hello, Colin Monstera. Craspu gifting a sub to Bert Reynolds Stash. Nice. Appreciate the gift sub. And Cap420, thanks for 33 months. Yo. Hello, gamers. But yeah, I see like the typical cliche comments in chat of like, I didn't expect to be talking about grass in my space game. Have you guys ever seen when they go to Tatooine in Star Wars? Do you go like, didn't expect to see sand in my Star Wars? Huh, Star Trek? Beam me up. Why did you ever beam me down? I'm supposed to be in the stars. Where are you taking me from? Some planetary surface? Exploring in my sci-fi property? It's more likely than you think. Why do they never let you land on the stars? This makes me want to play Rust. But this map is like, if Rust was one coherent planet. Oh, dude, imagine if Rust was one giant planet and every single player was on the same world. Thousands of players concurrent. Random spawn points across the entire surface. Why does this area have rocks?
So to take you through some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered and can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been dramatically improved in how they shade. We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation.
Driving
caused by
and
seed
bumping into a
dispersal.
rock.
This is controlled per species, so we can
In
get
Star
better
Citizen.
emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley. And over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
Oh, man. Okay, that's cool.
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
Trees! Rocks! There's so many rocks. Who made all those? Islands! Mountains! I get to drive up those with my ROC. Looking for ore. Huge canyon, no ground vehicles on this planet.
Just like in real life. Oh, thank you.
Speeder bikes? Did
Just
you watch
like in
Star
real
Wars?
Life, our areas should vary, even by traveling
On
a few
indoor?
kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex.
Oh, also, I saw people say, like, that looks cool for me to fly over at 400 kilometers an hour. I distinctly remember in 2020 playing Microsoft Flight Sim, which is a beautiful game. And the number one criticism of that game was that when you got close to the ground, you could see that it was flat and that the textures were not loaded in properly. So I promise you that in a game where you're only doing flying, like Microsoft Flight Sim, where you can't even get out of the vehicle, if that's the number one critique and criticism of that kind of game, then the kind of game where you can get out of the vehicle, and indeed, they're going to have base building, which is one of the panels tomorrow. They need to be on the game, on their game.
Spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there. When you get there, that means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah,
Well,
with all this
we've
new data sets
compromised
and
on
these
performance.
physically-based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in what we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is
By the way, I gotta give props to the presenter, because if you're gonna show PowerPoint slides, dude is blazing through those PowerPoint slides. Like, doesn't even give you the chance to get bored by an individual slide, because I couldn't even finish reading the 5 bullet points, and we're already on to the next demo.
now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
Hold on, where's the popping? Hang on, what am I looking for? Oh wait, I'm starting to see stuff in the background up here.
With the extra headroom we've
Yeah,
gained
there's stuff
by
popping
making
in
our
right
terrain
there.
system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue. And now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
I did notice that a bunch, because we drove a lot. Dozens of hours on the ground in the 0 to hero. Mm-hmm.
To tiling.
I was noticing the straight
We've taken
lines.
off all the assets so you can see the issue. And now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
My eyes can't see patterns anymore. It's random.
And one more. With the terrain data cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech.
Okay.
In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups devoked so you can see. These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
Just more trees? Yeah, that's what they said. They were talking about the density of trees. Somebody in chat's gonna be like, listen, I'm creating my own planet, but I only have 1 tree on it. Do you think that's enough? I think we could add something, let's call them forests. What's a forest? Well, it's gonna blow your mind, but...
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase 1, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with 0 popping. So now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I just want to let the first presenter do all the presentations.
Thank you. Wow. Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous.
Right, thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No.
He's going off script.
No, I should click. Yeah, click. Oh, there we go. So, our goal of the content is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left, because it's about moisture, but let's look at very...
Okay. I don't know why, but the font size on this giant screen. Huge meme potential. There's definitely huge meme potential here, Mary Skipper.
high moisture and medium to high temperature.
We got swamps. I take it back. Canceled development on Star Citizen. I'm taking my money back. Poison swamp. See, now this is a planet I can crash land my ship on. You're gonna have to learn the Force to get it back. They say these are white box assets, but clearly they're green. Oh god, there's a human there. Oh, they're okay, so they're gonna do it. Swamp. SRV to pull it out of the mud.
Thanks, that did look really good. So, for swamps, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look. For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerelweed. This willow and the one after, the Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress.
Fish! I saw fish!
So, another feature we need to make a swamp experience a proper one is water interaction. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp.
God, I love plants. Me too. I'd be dead without plants.
Through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way.
Physics.
We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments. Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
There we go. All right, fixed. I'm waiting for like a parrot to come down. Oh, it's one of those burbs that they added recently. They got like what, 2 or 3 animals in the game now?
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that
English
thrives
is hard.
with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there.
It is hard.
The floor.
Like, I can't imagine being a presenter on stage in front of 5,000 people, much less speaking in my non-native tongue in front of them. That would be the hard. That's like combo, super combo. They're adding Minecraft biomes. Minecraft is just adding Mario biomes. Wait, is there a swamp? There's probably a swamp in Mario. What's up, Witch Vomit? Thank you for the 50 months. Big 50. Snorble also, thank you for 38. The Mario to Star Citizen pipeline. It's real. And what's up, Byhammer?
Herb and brush layer we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads attached to trunks and canopies of other assets.
Freaking trees!
With this and improved density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our certification, we made epiphytes like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab. Then obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made the grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer.
I want the spheres.
We decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle. Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool.
What those clouds doing? Oh, it's just the sun's coming up. Okay. I can't wait to cut down a tree with my space laser to build my base. See? Someone's already been here. I don't trust it, man. Desync is gonna blow me the hell up. All I have to do is desync for like 0.2 seconds and bam, splat into a tree.
Now, for this one, we first looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest that will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods.
Okay, here's my
ferns.
question though.
In our case, the sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic
Chat, you're a
vibe,
shrub
we
layer,
made
you know.
tree ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests.
Okay, here's my question.
The most important one there.
My question is, with all the soil density data that they're talking about adding and erosion and all this, are trees actually going to grow over time, or are these just models that will be used in the random generation based on those data sets?
Obviously sequoias. And they ended up
'Cause
being
they
one of our
mentioned
most
seasons.
complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size.
Like when he says they can grow, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be like a sapling and then it actually grows. You know what I mean? Like this could just be all the different models that populate the forest, like a young forest versus an old forest.
It keeps going.
That's just like real life. Redwoods are insane, though.
Now, one thing our game's foliage is sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all forces from all sorry for the horrible rhyme. All forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes, making for some unique locations, hopefully. Surely.
See, I want to see, like, you're on a planet, and then, like, some Copian or something are, like, stalking you through the tall bushes, and you can just see, like, the raptors in Jurassic Park type of, you know what I mean? Like, you just hear, like, a low growl, and then the brush is, like, moving as it gets closer to you. That'd be cool.
Now, before I get to disappear off stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my
You're
team in
welcome.
Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so I can tell you all about the next one.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon.
Genesis 2? We got a
Right.
sequel?
Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time for phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do.
Everyone's having trouble
So,
with the clicker.
Let's talk about location
Classic.
density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps. But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow.
That's
we've got
Kinchi,
our
dude.
distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And these have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it.
True.
But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should. So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow. And with any workflow means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to...
Starfield taking strays right now. Starfield and just got hit with like 6 bullets back to back.
Find the same location twice. This
I
also
want to
means
find
that
the same
this
location
is your
twice.
exploration.
That's
and
that's a
your
bold
findings.
claim.
So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair,
because you can't have 2 distribution centers that are the
you can share
same.
with your orgs or with your friends. As for density,
at least Starfield has a story. Does it?
If you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed, and you go from location to location. Just keep going. So going forward, we are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly,
mining.
They all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro, unlawful, such as Xenofred, and sometimes not even no one. And the place needs to look a bit, derelict. In different places, you'll find different people. So, now that we've made our toolkit, and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you Starkitect.
Oh, God.
What Starkitect allows us to do is directly on a planetary scale scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starchitect and see what it gives us.
Kenshi.
As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find.
There's one problem with this, which is obvious, I think, to everyone, which is this requires thousands of assets, because nobody cares if like module sets are randomly generated if, let's say, that you have a building like this, and that's one module. So anywhere that you see that module, and you go down into, I assume there's an elevator in there, and it takes you down to the bunker, nobody cares if the top things are different or in a different order if the asset itself is the same, because you'll be going through like the same rooms. So they have to like randomize it to some extent on the actual like asset itself as well that you're exploring, where the room, because you don't want to go in the building and be like, oh, I recognize this prefab and it has this room to the right, and then you take one more right and there's a chest right each time you go in. So that's going to be difficult. And it reminds me of like, you know, like games that have character customization and they're like, we have 900 million possible combinations. And it's like, well, yeah, but using every single hex code on the color tracker doesn't count as a different variation. You know what I mean? So like, it's nice that at a glance there's different things, but you've got to have a whole bunch of different assets for the locations themselves to feel unique.
So let's look at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals, such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because I would be shot down. But even in harsh flight conditions, such as mountains or low visibility, you'd probably most commonly find them. Targets, well, crash ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfare laying around. So, let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations
anything about being
everywhere
coherent.
on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So, let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure, people build near rivers, on mountains, they build near town halls, they build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
Okay, that's more manageable. I thought they were going to keep zooming out and there were going to be like 100 green circles all around just to be like, look at this scale. And they were like 13. I was like, oh, okay. No, yeah, that makes more sense.
I'd like to call a cluster like this one that has 13 locations.
Circle.
Let's talk about clusters.
That's a 100%
Clustering
pie graph.
means generating locations near other locations.
Very rare.
So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating
They're
bases
taking
next
circles
to
out of the middle of the pie.
But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems.
Caves! I'm going cave mining.
And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts.
That's me.
Let's go to the other side of the
there.
spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What
this
rules?
Cluster's
well, they need
very
to be
illegal.
far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyro
damn
system.
planet's been avoiding arrest
For the targets,
months.
Outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find in any other legal system. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions. So,
no one buys
now that we have
weapons
a
from
cluster,
shops in Star Citizen.
let's go even bigger.
You take them off of corpses.
Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together.
Can you build in the game? No, not yet. But tomorrow, day 2, they're supposed to have a panel on base building and its future in Star Citizen. So that's something that they're planning on. Is the game playable? Yeah. I played it for like a month straight. That sometimes it wasn't easy because of the crashing and the bugs, but it is literally playable.
Between 10 to 15 locations each, and we group this into what we call a sector. Like this one, that has about 120 locations.
Okay, so that's more like what I was expecting.
However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have, with each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay. And for you to find
500?
A bunch of places on your own.
That's too many.
And just on this side of the planet...
Who's living in the South Pole?
Can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations. And again, this means as Starchitect, we're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity.
See, to me, bigger number equals bad. But I understand that you need to have, like, if your goal in Star Citizen is to have planets that are supposed to be inhabited, then you do need to scale the number of locations to make it look inhabited and not like empty. I understand. However, the problem is when you have more locations than you have players in the entire server. How do you come across other players when every planet could have 3,042 separate little locations in it? Will they still feel unique at this scale? I mean, absolutely not. Here's the thing. Unique locations to explore is not the most important part of a game like Star Citizen, in my opinion. The most important part is when you have like a mining colony over here and you have like farmer colony over here, that when you are trading with them, it's doing something to an economy. To me, that's the most important part, right? Like if you have duplicate distribution centers, I don't really care about that. That doesn't really bother me. But does interacting with the different areas have any sort of transformative effect on like something like the economy or logistics or supply and demand or something like that? To me, that builds more immersion than having 3,000 unique settlements, I guess. But yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, listen, this is Star Citizen's bread and butter. Is taking something like, we're making a bunch of different places for you to go explore, and then I'm like, oh, so did you make like 100? And they're like, we have 3,000. I'm like, yep, nope, that's Star Citizen. That is Star Citizen in a nutshell. So I'm not surprised. They're just like, I'm just going to take whatever you thought was reasonable and 10 times
This means as architects, we're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity. Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse.
There's more trees. There's more building.
However, this was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
So, hi everybody. Benvenuti a CitizenCon. So,
let's see how they fare against the button.
Where are we today? So, my name is Francesco Raccucci, and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of Phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set.
Pointing.
Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, it's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because...
Get the designers out of here. Does Star Citizen have any kind of faction guild warfare with objectives to fight over? Not like EVE Online, no. If you're talking about, like, does it have EVE Online mechanics, then no. I would say. It's more like... How did I describe Star Citizen before, chat, when I was having to explain it? It's more like a hybrid of No Man's Sky and something more realistic. Like, it's definitely not Microsoft Flight Sim level sim, having played both. But it's like somewhere between a sim game and maybe like, yeah, maybe X, like X4. There's some similarities there, just minus the logistics side of things. It definitely has simulation aspects, but it is not like a full sim. Elite Dangerous, yeah, it's kind of similar to Elite. But it's not really like Eve at all, to be honest.
First, it's labor intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be, designer driven. And
it does have a lot of PvP
so
though.
We want to
potentially
improve this workflow, and we will see
if you seek it out.
Manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the IT team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows. During darkness, it's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it will give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky. How do we do that? So as you see, there is also a lot of different light conditions in this outpost.
That poor dude up there is just like designed to be sniped in the head by the player. Designed to die.
So in this scenario, we will start look at how perception is impacted by the day and night cycle. On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the two elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment. So what is perception? On the NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to, in a way, simulates the human side ability. So designers can already tweak the perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't. So in this video, we'll see two main elements. The graph on the top left and the two colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones instead represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things. But if they have flashlights on their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain. And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly copion. This is because he wants to exploit the vision, the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So
I just wanted to point out that all of the copion here are being such good boys because their cage is open, and they're just hanging out in there because they know that's where they're supposed to be. But yeah, they actually just added night vision scopes to the game, I believe. They're like base tech night vision scopes, as in traditional night vision. I don't think that there's thermal yet, but I'm assuming there might be eventually.
First of all, the NPC is patrolling. the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then their regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions. So up to now, we have an approach where designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting. They could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs. And then with a special entity that would just sample dynamically the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry. But what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system? Like if designers want to iterate on these ones, for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tools will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way, you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment. Whenever navigation mesh generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements. Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful where you park your Ursa, because now it can become a source of danger for you as well. Last but not least, these systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have. So not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct. Because obviously, you guys will build your own locations, but you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show you
Minecraft.
So what I want to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to, or be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand.
What? If you crouch, you can enter smaller locations than when you stand. All right. We're going to the video, chat.
Production of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction you get created. So you would destroy so much stuff in this world that we had to find a solution, right? So this is why we approach the coverage generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating.
We've got destruction.
And destroying anything
dynamic
just makes
destruction
the world be reevaluated. So as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see that here. But when things break,
it's gonna have to speak
first
up.
they invalidate, and then when they rest,
He's
for
out of
example,
ammo.
we can decide when is a good moment to
Out of
regenerate,
ammo.
so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles.
I like the check.
The color that you see is mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced.
They've already
some time
shown
ago
off the
that is
destructible
basically
environments
not
before.
really
I think they're
good
just
cover,
showing how
but
the
if there is
cover
nothing better,
updates
well, it's better
dynamically
to
with
be
it.
behind something than being, in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together.
Make it fun now.
So thank you all. This was phase 3. And now, let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Yeah, it seems like, listen, I haven't been following every update that Star Citizen has ever put out over every CitizenCon Golden Fishy, so I couldn't tell you what's everything that's been talked about before versus what's new to this one. But what they seem to be talking about is that they're getting ready to automate the creation of potentially thousands of locations across each planet. And instead of going in and hand painting where high, medium, low, and no cover is on every system, they have an engine to dynamically update what is considered good and bad cover or no cover for each of those locations, as well as changes in the environment, like vehicles or destructibility of the environment, or also players building bases. So if you build a base, your base could be attacked, presumably, because he mentioned specifically that your bases will factor in and cover will automatically update, so they don't have to go in and pre-bake all those locations in. So I think that was the point of that demonstration there, was displaying that they can just say, go and cover for all of their AI will dynamically update. In short.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon.
Blue! I like Mohawk. Good Mohawk.
Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to Phase 4, Light and Sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself.
Light.
First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs.
Okay. When I see this, I see a strike zone. I've been watching too much baseball. Well, not recently, but because I don't have a team in the playoffs anymore. But I just see balls and strikes right here, man.
As well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artist that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, 3,000 and something placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially...
was gonna pause. Who is your team? The Astros. The only reason why the Yankees have a shot at the World Series this year. Otherwise, it would just be a foregone conclusion because clearly the Guardians are not up to the task. Go Mets. I'm pulling for the Mets at this point. So I'm a Mets bandwagon because listen, they got the blue and orange on the NL as well. So I'll just go for them instead. I'll be happy with the Mets World Series. Let's go, Mets. I'm a Tigers fan. We threw away another postseason. Yeah, it's your fault the Yankees might win the World Series. I'm just kidding. The Tigers were a really good team. Extremely good team. And also, they have a great manager. AJ Hinch, the manager of the 2017 Houston Astros. So you can yikes me all you want by Ishtar, but you got to look in the mirror a little bit and have some self-awareness. Braves all the way? The Braves haven't they didn't do so good. Don't look, just come back next year for the Braves, Hallie, once all the players come off the injured list. They had a rough year for injuries. Also, I think I need to take Midas outside, so I might take a quick BRB because he's been restless. I'm a Luchadors fan. How dare you? How dare you? Who's what let's see. For the postseason. Dodgers lead the Mets 3-2, so the Mets have to win 2 in a row. We're really going to have a Yankee versus Dodger World Series. Blech. Give me a break. Okay, the TV stations will be very happy with that. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm taking the dog outside, and then we will continue watching. Listen to this, and I'll be right back. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Saturday. Thanks for hanging out with me, watching some conference. We're not going to watch all 9 hours because listen, I'm sure there are fantastic costumes, but there is a, what do you call it? A cosplay competition that I will probably skip. I'm sure that there are amazing designs. So there's some chunks that we can get through faster. All right, I'll be right back. Yo. Global music? Oh. I think I got here right when the song was over. I thought you were just sitting here in silence.
Problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And
the sky?
So you need that skylight to vary.
We need the sky.
Now.
Peepo G. Sphere. The sphere.
So this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across. We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy. Contrast and various probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in.
So basically, it's like individual shadows under. It reminds me of when you turn on not anisotropic filtering, not anti-aliasing, the other one, ambient occlusion.
And out of the canopy. Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got the other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around.
This is a technical term.
So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now,
yeah,
this
the
is a
spheres
little bit
represent
difficult
the
to
probes.
illustrate in normal scenes, so for once I've been making my own levels. As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive. And this is something that we could never have done
good.
Until we added this tech.
Yeah, that looks good.
Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same problem that if we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray trace reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes. And we want the same system to apply globally across that. So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together.
Uncomfortably short?
So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously, it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space.
It's vibrating furiously.
And then also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin.
Chrome penguin.
Now, I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors.
Looking
These
sharp.
open areas,
kind of looks
benefit in the
washed
same way
out
as the
the old
forest
way.
scene did, adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting.
Which I've noticed while playing. This is completely unrelated. See, I thought that if I had Diablo on a PlayStation 5, the PlayStation 5 was powerful enough, but it's not, because Alice is playing it on PC, and I look over at her screen, and it always looks better, and the lighting is better, and the shadows are better, and the contrast is better, okay? And when I see this, this is what it looks like.
These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did.
This is PS5
adding areas
and
of
this is
shade and
PC.
areas of open lighting. Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves. And this is the shot that I just liked.
Everything has like a ethereal fairy dust quality to
Finally,
it.
let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day. And
Dude
also
in the
their day as
background
well.
is just going off.
Whoever they are. Well, I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about
So
sound.
just more contrast, darker. Well, it's global illumination, so it's like... Chat, you ever look at a regular picture and then look at like a high dynamic range picture? It's like that. It's like more light sources. Oh, the PS5 comparison.
So,
well, I mean, like the lighting is, there's actually like light sources on PC Diablo that don't even get rendered on the PS5. It's almost like the PS5 can't handle that many different like lighting sources. So it seems like in here they're able to handle a significant amount more like individual lighting sources. So that I think the best example was the penguin in the darkness scene. Like this one was the one that really like, not this one. Chat, how do you go more than 5 seconds? This one. Where this is what it looks like, kind of like now.
Because
where this isn't just more contrast, because more contrast would make it darker.
Again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system,
like,
suddenly the whole scene comes alive. And this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech.
So to me, it's not just making things darker, it's also making like individual light sources. Like this is casting an orange glow. These little vending machines scattered around are the light source for the rest of the forest, instead of just like for example, we've been playing a lot of Satisfactory lately. This is what my factory looks like when I put all the ceiling lights on, because I don't have global illumination. And so the ceiling light is clearly lit up, like you can see the light coming off it, but it's not actually improving the visibility of anything around it, really. So that part alone is huge. All right, someone said L. Oh yeah, L is 10 seconds. Interesting.
Is the reflect trace to. I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does, Graham Phillipson. Smell.
You say you
Good
smell?
afternoon, CitizenCon.
You said you smell.
I've been at CIGE nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So, do you want to make some noise?
Chat, make some noise. I can't hear you.
Sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up. Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience. So we're asking a lot. But with Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio.
They name all of their engine tools. The way that they name them convinces me that we are actually in a simulation, and that the simulation is the development, the game dev sim that I was playing before. What's it called? The Software Inc. Software Inc. Because that's how I would name. You would create your own workflow tools in Software Inc. and I would name them exactly like this.
Sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier.
Software Inc. is fantastic,
this is Genesis data driving what happens in game.
You should play it.
And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise. Showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor, that's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor, and on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you there is a group of insects. Thank you, you're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later. But there's a little something missing. So to add some realism, sounds respond to how they move, how you move in the world and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by.
The freaking Zeus.
Or, in even simpler terms, now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations, and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we've created a systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain. So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
It's a great noodle machine.
I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial. So, how does it work? Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world. Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally, but you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound, we are not just creating a Doppler effect, we are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So, introducing systemic speed of sound to the game, I now have a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire, looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic speed of sound.
You might want to duck, chat.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So let's bring in a sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effect. Okay, so that's, if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective.
Not Pico.
So Pico's down before he even hears the shot. But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay, let's finish him off. Now he's dead. And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effect.
Okay, that one's pretty sick. That's why they save it for last.
And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance.
I want to hear this rumbling in the distance while I'm just exploring a planet.
Cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave. And the explosion itself. This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real whenever you drop a Moab. One more.
Oddly terrifying.
That's pretty cool. So the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it's...
I've heard IRL shockwaves, that's not it. Are you telling me this video game is not trying to deafen you every time you get into a firefight? Hold on, are you... Listen, I've fired a rifle before, okay? And if you don't wear hearing protection, your ears ring. So I feel like when I'm playing my video game, my ears should be ringing whenever I am shooting the S-71 without wearing proper protection. Bleeding ears, not in my video game.
Supports those amazing cinematic moments. So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real. And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in-game for you and getting you enjoying it at home.
But anyways, chat, the point is not the sound effect they use. The point is that it's dynamically simulating the length of time it takes for sound to reach you from different places. So don't get lost in the weeds. Okay? That was just the easiest example, because you see an explosion and then you hear it seconds later, depending on how far away you are from it.
Now, that's all from phase 4 of the Genesis cycle, light and sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
The final phase.
Thank you, sir.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here, something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up. It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally and changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike.
Gotta love wind data.
Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play.
Oh, damn, it's actually going towards you.
Enhanced occlusion
beneath
beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area.
Okay, that's awesome.
Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front.
Weather! There's freaking storms!
Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets. It's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
I want to play that, man.
Weather is closing in fast on this location. Conditions are deteriorating. Severe items. We need to leave now. Get back here.
The rain plus wind looks amazing. Yeah, no, it looks really good. Dynamic weather is insane. In terms of how much it would add to my immersion, just exploring and just doing missions and stuff. It's my starter ship. They haven't forgotten about you, little Aurora.
I'm getting out of this soon now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
That dude's gonna crash. Okay. Nice cinematic flair there. Oh, it's like blowing little cans and stuff. All of our trash that we've been throwing. That dynamic trash. That's pretty sick. You should fly the Aurora too, you coward. Why are we ominously slow walking up to the captain's chair? Are you gonna get shot? And there's like spooky music too. Somebody like already there, or is it gonna be the penguin? Oh, they just want to show off the cabin lighting. That makes sense. Gotta show off the new Zeus. I still gotta play and check out all the new MFD and HUD update. You're gonna have to do some pings to scan for mountains, bro. I can't see anything. Pull up. Pulling a No Man's Sky.
Recommend deviation.
They got him. The Aurora. The player didn't pay enough for a cool ship. I can't believe they're making weather to strike down the free-to-players. You should have bought the new ship. That's sick, though.
Wow!
No, that is cool.
Wow! Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver, to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions, so you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out. And these storms will sometimes be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities.
I can't wait for Star Citizen to simulate real life so much that when it starts to rain and thunderstorm, I am actually stuck at whatever outpost because I don't want to drive in low visibility conditions. And I'm just going to sit there with my umbrella and look outside through the glass. And then the other people that are inside with me like, it's not letting up, man. It's really not letting up. Have you checked the weather? And we can just make small talk the whole time while we sit and wait for the storm to pass.
For all in the verse soon.
we really need rain.
A wise yogi once said, "It's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course." All right.
Sounds comfy.
What have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand-placing or manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of Korean places.
Okay, do we need a recap? I think we saw what we need to see. We don't need the recap. Anyway, I am wholly convinced by the weather system, right? Like that showcase was very convincing to me. Something that I am very excited about because my best memories of Microsoft Flight Sim was the dynamic weather model. That alone added an extra couple hundred hours probably to my total gameplay of that, just because it was, people still do it. Like people are still flying into storms and flying into hurricanes. The dynamic weather in Microsoft Flight Sim is amazing. So the weather system has me fully convinced. Yeah, plus the seasons. The 3,000 unique or individual locations on planets, I am not convinced yet, but that's okay. I already love the wins they currently have on Microtech. Yeah. Yeah, this is just kind of insane. Updated planets, forests, lighting, and weather will make flying on planets more diverse. Yeah, and just like fun to just get out and be. Star Citizen's at its best when you're just like temporarily, even if it's for a few seconds, forget you're in a video game for a sec, you know, because you're just like, damn, this looks cool. So the visuals definitely do play a big part in that. And yeah, the sheets of rain look pretty sick. And I really just like the front moving in. Like that was the part at the beginning was the most impressive to me, where it was just like
Rain will appear not at random, but we just
the parts before this. I want to watch the beginning of this again.
But they're not just moving, they're forming naturally and changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing...
Yeah, like, when you're watching this, the thing that stands out to me is watch the shadow move. Like, it's... obviously your eyes are drawn up here. But, like, watch the shadows that it casts.
Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is...
It's times 20 speed, Golden Fishy. So you don't have to wonder.
Closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it it's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
I'm not going to watch the whole thing again. May as well see the lightning strike again, though.
Weather resulting in fast dislocation. Conditions are deteriorating. Severe items. We need to leave now. Get back here.
We need to freaking leave now. We need a parking garage here now. How long until you get struck by lightning? Probably not very long. I love that you can tell that this is actually someone controlling the character and not like a previs, because every time they let go of Z to stop free looking, their head resets. Like, watch the camera. Right there. Like the head jerk motion.
Now, powering up and flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR.
That's them letting go of the free look button and the head camera resetting.
See you on the other side.
That one too. I kept noticing the head jerkiness during the demo, but that makes it more real. Now, I'm sure they programmed the lightning to strike at that exact time. But that's different. Either way, it looks great. Now, I'm not sure how... The physics objects definitely will not look like this. I'm sure they will in Squadron 42, but until the server's tick rate is updating fast enough, because I know if you drop anything right now in the game, it goes like... It starts like spinning rapidly. This is called offline physics. Those are not online physics for sure. But everything else I could buy. Yeah, everything else I could buy. All right, we're gonna skip. We already watched this once. We're gonna skip all the interviews with individual people at the con. Jared's back. Okay, this is what, the social section?
Here at CitizenCon. Back to you, Jared.
Perfect timing.
Hey guys! Oh! It's main stage disco. That wasn't a gag earlier. I really messed up my hammy. Pro tip, don't get old. All right,
True.
We just finished our Star Engine presentation, Brave New World. I want to do one more round of applause for all the CTG guys who got up here and showed you their work. Just when you think our planets couldn't get better, they come up to us about 3 months ago and they're like, hey, we've got this. Do you want to show this at CitizenCon? I'm like, yes. Yes, we do. We want to show this at CitizenCon. But you don't think it'll be like an ISC kind of thing? I'm like, no. That's CitizenCon worthy. All right, so our next presentation are a group of several dear friends of mine and Sean Tracy. You know I love you, baby. I love you.
Talking to me? Oh.
It's a presentation that I have wanted to do here at CitizenCon for years. And in 2024, well, the stars seemed to align, and I'm so excited that you're going to see this. This is what I called in our pre-show our sleeper presentation of the year. I hope you give them all the attention and all the admiration they deserve. Please welcome Benoit Bosséjour and A Social Universe.
Chat, you're in a social universe right now, which is why I'm going to say, what up, Mousetrap? Thank you for the 26 months. Real-time systemic sub. Thank you for using the word systemic in your sub. That's what, that way I know it's organic. And thanks again, Witch Vomit and Snorble for the subs earlier. I appreciate those too. Quad cannons. Chat, I don't want to talk to any... Actually, no, that's not true. We talked to everybody when we did 0 to Hero.
Hello! Can you hear me? 1, 2. All right.
Ooh,
cool.
Okay.
Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit. In this one, I am Bolt, my player persona.
Bolt.
I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss a social universe, but before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview demonstration, and God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train.
Who's this Elder Scrolls Online character?
It just made me like very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D,
There's
and
one
E
gown person
so far.
already died.
You guys have been thousands to come and help us test this technology, and the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much. Now, the above picture is really nice, other than this guy, but it does present a problem.
Which guy?
A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size. Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in Mobiglass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan.
Local chat?
Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star
Even
Citizen in that
you,
respect
Chet.
is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things.
Sure?
We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression.
I'm judging chat's
So today we're going to take a look
day.
at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy. A warning.
Look at this
What
guy.
we're going to show you is very early work.
Yeah, look at this guy.
And we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen.
Oh, no.
Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take
Don't
a
have to worry
moment
about me then.
and thank our Evocati members
Same
for their
haircut? Yeah, that's
renewed
my
support.
character's hair.
They're always there for us.
And
they
me.
get the worst and worst of the builds, and they do good power through. This is an actual shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines. And so, I'm not going to lie. This presentation is going to be a lot of mobiGlass. It's not super flashy. But focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact. But for this, I need some help myself. So I'm going to make a party. And I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Yeah, those prisoners are far too happy considering they're supposed to be hitting rocks.
Hello, CitizenCon.
And making amends.
Hope you're doing all right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more. Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
The artist known as JJ.
My spot's quite far away.
Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk out. Okay, so social universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play.
Friends?
Our current friend system is dated.
Who?
And it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes
Never
up to
heard of
JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So, we're taking our oldest app in the mobiGlass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay. Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC.
Where's the offline for 2.5 years friend?
Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at all then.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status. So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing the Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher.
I like that humans in like the almost 3000s still know what a home telephone handheld landline looks like. That inspires confidence in me.
And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, Your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice.
Multiple characters.
So
on the
some
same
people
account?
are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends.
That'd be
I'm
huge,
talking
actually.
multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact
Don't
with
let
most
your
in
friends
the game
see your favorites
are always
list.
going to be shown at the top of your
gonna
friends
create
list
drama.
for your convenience. Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app.
Dude's rich.
Well, why? Who are you going to call?
Completely
That's the
zooted.
question. You're going to call your friends.
4.5
You're gonna call your
billion
party. So this
UEC.
is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
You guys
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers.
Uh-huh.
You know?
True.
Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
True.
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore. So what we're trying to do is we're doing something
Killed
called
at a med beacon.
blackholing them from communications. So you can't see them talk and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well.
Wow.
Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago. You remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to...
Okay, you need to go into detail about how this block list makes it harder to encounter the other people, because the first thing that I think of with this hostile names list is this is going to be populated by all the names of all the content creators on a significant number of clans player base. They're just going to use the hostile names to just write down the username of all of the streamers or YouTubers and then just instantly attack on site. Like it's basically like a highlight tool for just kill on site sniping, basically. So I need to hear more about what block names actually does, if anything, under those circumstances.
Today, I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100 plus people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown.
Bins blaster.
You will see.
I like the alliteration.
Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So, you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh.
I will never see this feature, but I'm glad it exists.
So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shared player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty
cool.
Okay, all right, I hear you. I spoke too soon. I shouldn't have said anything.
Things like your on-screen name. We'll no longer have a shared player list.
No longer have a player list. That's the main thing. Is people would just log in, hit F11, scroll the player list, determine very quickly whether you're there or not, and then go from there. Or if they have an extensive friend list, you guys are going to be like some of you that don't play Star Citizen are going to be like, nobody does this, but they absolutely do. They'll create friends lists of 100+ friends, and then just ping their friends and be like, hey, is so and so on your server, yes or no? And then when they find a yes, because they've already got everybody in one of the servers, then they just join off that person. So that would be how they would stream snipe before. So hearing
obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming.
Those are all great features.
And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
It's a party for the eyes.
It's a party for the eyes. All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel.
I wonder how long that's going to take.
But as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting, looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder. So, the Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group.
Denied.
Which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying
Denied.
to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear.
Got to send my friend application.
You can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group.
This is a group finder. It exists in MMOs for 30 years. Yeah, that's why the very first thing they said is, this is not supposed to be groundbreaking tech. They're trying to bring their standards up to MMO standards. But that was the first thing that they said. Yeah, that's the point. That's why they're doing it.
And this is all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players.
But also
FPS
30
combat,
years.
Racing, beacons, role play, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas. It should always be easy to
I
find
played vanilla
action,
WoW, and that
things
was
to
not
do,
30 years
and people
ago.
to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the party finder. And other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones.
Dungeon Finder did not go. It was announced in WoW in 2009. So we've had in the most popular MMOs Party Finder for less than 15 years. All right, Mr. Exaggerator. People complain so much. No, it's pretty much just this guy.
And voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own. We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat login.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /yell commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take that
Hey, you
out.
wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret. Also, we are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up.
That's cool.
Another thing we're adding is item links, and, well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow. Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right? So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
Isn't this chat in game? Part of it is. They have the Spectrum chat and friends list separate from the game. They have like a web portal. And you can, I'm pretty sure you can do stuff, like, because you can see when people are in the launcher. But it's basically like a IRC-esque platform.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about VoIP and VoIP. So it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so
VoIP terrifies
and VoIP
me.
are our systems in-game. VoIP Voice over Internet Protocol, and VoIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this. So again, I mentioned, it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that VoIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
Can you do an overview of what you already watched? I mean, this is what we've already watched so far. You want me to recap the first 1/3 of the recap? We're watching it right now. There were plants, soil, weather, dynamic clouds, and 3,000 outposts per planet, and also a bunch of new social features. Just a quick 3-hour overview. And dynamic cover.
This is Wallace Klim.
Klim? What is it?
Seems someone's on our case. One of our Ninetales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with Salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at Salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch? Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
Eyebrows.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on it.
Something we have in common, sir.
Hey. Yeah. It was that day when I met Mr. President that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Apples. This reminds me
You were
of
never
old
supposed
Halo
to know any of
machinima.
this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the cap. What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Is it a fake or real video call?
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at
Skype
CitizenCon.
sound.
How's it going?
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
Drive. That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of FOIP and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this. Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam, and this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with FOIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So, I see you're in the character creator.
Okay, but what if I was just mumbling like this? What if I was just... what if I wasn't, like, expressing myself really that much? What if I wasn't... Hello, everyone. I am demonstrating FOIP. I am trying to make as expressive an emotion as I can summon from deep with... Like, what if I was just like, hey, guys, what's up? I'm ready to... yeah, I've got FOIP on, but I want to go shoot some spaceships.
Let's change how you
I probably look like a dingus.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what FOIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance. Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from. And I used to have pretty long hair.
See, this is dangerous, because what if you pick bald and you're like, ew? You know? You don't want to be recorded doing that, because it's beautiful.
Back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have.
I'm just kidding, Chad.
Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else?
Okay, this one, though, that would be the reaction. The troll doll. This one's the worst one.
Dreadlocks. Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer.
The mane.
But I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that FOIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. FOIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam.
They're blending.
You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that FOIP
I love the
continue
faith
to
in the
work
random
with
button.
anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
Pretty cool.
All right, that's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve
I did have full
the
audio
overall
loss
infrastructure behind VoIP
many
deploy?
times.
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality. So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
Cool. Good stuff.
What? Am I done?
Should we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we
crowded.
kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
Just got vote kicked off of the convention stage.
All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Okay.
Ben, behind you.
Oh! The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago, and this allowed new players and experienced players to match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah, of course we are.
Okay. I'm sure the guide system is cool, but I don't care about it. So we're going to...
How we a lot of good, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow content.
We're just
We've
gonna
done this
skip through this
because
part.
we wanted, but while I don't have time to get into specifics.
So you can do custom
in a key area,
objectives and
apparently
there are rewards.
Beacons, but
Okay.
actually good.
This part I care about.
Oh, yeah. So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff.
I want the service beacons
So
juiced.
this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge.
See, this is a... My first reaction is this is a bad idea. Let me explain. Why would you have a guide system that requires you to pay in-game money to ask a question? That is a fundamentally flawed system, in my opinion. I don't care if the Interstellar Transport Guild is funding 3/4 of it. And then the person gets 20K. But you pay $5,000, which to a seasoned player is nothing. But to a new player who would be using this system is a lot of money. That's a lot when you just turn the game on. You have to pay to be a noob. So they can't make it free either, because then people will do it for money and just generate money from thin air, right? For each other, which they might do anyways, because it's just a net 15K profit. I don't know how you cash in on it, but in the game, 15K is not a small payout, because there are plenty of missions and quests that pay less than that. You could do box hauling missions that'll just pay you like 5 to 10K. that'll take you 45 minutes. You know what I mean? This is way faster money than doing those. So something's funky here.
So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now, all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do? What are we going to do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive.
The other problem is that in my experience playing Star Citizen, most people who are willing to be a guide and kind of shepherd newer players, especially people that respond to med beacons, they do not care about the money. So worse is you're making the new player who has questions pay money in game on behalf of a player base who is responding to the beacon who largely does not care about the money. Like ideally everybody who owns a C8 like medical version, the C8R, is sure they'd like to be able to earn money by being a medic, but like the number of times where they would come rescue me and be like, don't worry about it, and then leave, it was probably like one person cared about getting money out of like 10. So some kind of rep would be better, yeah.
The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating. And then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the beacon broadcaster's perspective, right? Pretty cool stuff. But they're not the only ones getting ganked. The beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something.
Bro, this is going to be like insurance claims, man. Like, you're going to have dash cams on every single one of your spaceships. Because what happens if you put a beacon down, if somebody is coming to gank you, they're not going to leave you a good rating. They're going to leave you a bad rating, even though you didn't do anything, right? So you're going to leave them a bad rating, they're going to leave you a bad rating, and then you both have 1 bad rating, right? So it's going to be like, if you have 2 good, 1 bad, 2 good or something, what if that one was just the other dude who ganked you, leaving you a bad review?
But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And
maybe
yeah,
it's automatic.
I think that's it for beacons. So
maybe it is automated somehow.
Well, we've got one more big thing, I guess.
But who decides when the beacon is complete? Someone has to clear and say like, yes, the beacon is done, and everything went off accordingly, right?
This we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is exciting. I like this one.
Did someone mess with the slides?
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
Orgs! The thing that's going to be the most exciting thing to the hardcore players in the chat that I will never ever participate in, so I don't care. I will, however, watch it out of curiosity. But before I do, I need to take a bathroom break, and then we can watch it. So I'll be back in just a minute. BRB. spinning.
That's all right.
It sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
Godfiend, thank you for the 20-month sub. Appreciate it, Godfiend. Sorry I missed it a few minutes ago. But thank you. Welcome back for 20 months.
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy
Look at all
I
these
am
Hornet
that we're
nerds.
finally tackling this task and this design in the game.
I will only join an org if every member who participates in space combat is required to use a Reliant series starship. I will not join any org where the majority of the player base is using any of the Hornet series. Okay?
Truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website. 69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this
Don't let me spoil it.
JJ,
That's what we're here for.
You are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Bolt's Fault Buccaneers.
Those
What?
guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh, yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
Yes. Let's start with the basics. I want to find or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything orgs.
Chad, I'm going to start recruiting you into
with
an
the
org.
mask.
I'm going to conscript you.
So orgs
Make
can
it go
be big and complex.
grind
and as we
mining
said,
ore.
some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point
Reliant
out that
org
the
core.
Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up. But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal.
There's too
And we
many
don't do
members.
any of that
500
stuff. No, we're
members.
in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
We do have a Diablo 4 guild, and it's called the Knights Who Say E. It's great. That's a great guild name. And you can actually join it if you played Diablo 4. You just have to search for it.
For free.
We don't do anything. It's purely a way to just be like, yeah, I'm in a guild, and that's pretty much it.
Sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's it?
I remember joining the game and then streamer quit the game. That's because the first updates to Diablo were atrocious, okay? But they've made it into a much more fun experience now, and I'm having a good time. It's a very nice game now.
It's great.
They did it.
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we like playing in different ways and will want to join different orgs. The recruitment tab is the place to find them. So we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members
filters, right?
in order to give a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like...
What?
Like he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have to speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways.
I'm going to make a delivery guild.
So you can search by name if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy.
RP tag
so
spotted.
maybe you love trading in PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe, yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh, yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game, too. And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like, one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the Summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see, well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information. So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off...
Can I join a piracy guild and a delivery guild and feed information to the piracy guild? You can, but most of the time... Like if you joined a specific guild, they might have rules on what other guild you can be in. Like, I guess it depends. Like right now, every player has a player card, and you can actually go to their player card, and if they haven't hidden that information, you can actually see all the guilds they're in publicly. They can obscure that they're in certain guilds, but I guess you could easily make a way where a guild leader would be able to look through that information, right? And see what guilds you're in, even if you've hidden it somewhat. It depends on what they want to do. Why are you obscuring your other guild, bro? Yeah.
Announcements and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an org member.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So, by default...
I knew that was going to get applause.
So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never miss another meetup to get together for group content. It's tough to get everyone on at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, Holding Hands in Horizon Saturdays, Whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers.
They added Microsoft
the
Teams
Club,
to Star Citizen.
Or Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're in multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
Okay.
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us.
Wow.
JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So,
payouts.
It's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild. Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport
I want to do some hauling.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work?
I want to try some hauling in the persistent universe right now.
With a guild,
actually,
it raises, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements.
Research?
As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0, so it's a big choice.
So
that makes
every
sense.
member
So you can't just swap
gets
at will.
full benefits.
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in. Anything you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage?
Another
tease.
Ooh.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's
I wonder what the
alignment
max
benefits,
level
and having
of this
high
is.
loyalty gives you full access. We also
I feel
wanted
like people
org
are going to
leadership
figure out the min-max ways to like get this full
be able to
instantly.
view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
Dude, CitizenCon's tomorrow!
What if I leave the org?
It's not very loyal, so it resets.
Right. Well, so, you know, in my org, my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and, you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to help managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it.
Okay.
So in here, you'll be able to manage members.
I get this part.
Leave notes.
Hold on.
And
I get it.
Part of the panel. It gives you a clear indication.
Permissions.
My Buccaneers and the Fellowship.
Where is everybody? Are they online? Alliances and rivalries.
So yeah, it's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system. So you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you. Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from the screen if you have permission, and you could respond here as well. And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like Alliance chat, or being able to share Alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
Oh boy.
So
this reminds me of something, but what does it remind me of?
That isn't a mutual agreement.
There's
If someone decides
familiar.
you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue, whereas your org wingman will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list. People on your kill list that we mentioned before will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding accessibility options for this stuff as well to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
Not trying to be that guy, but shouldn't they be more focused on fixing their current content before adding new content? Next chatter. You didn't try very hard. Bro, they're talking about adding guild tags and changing the color of usernames, man. These new features, the feature creep's getting out of control. We're gonna lose it, man. There's a list of people's names and you can like add friends. Won't they reel in their expectations, man? Is that what we're going with now? It's just become a meme at this point, I think. That guy's name is Orange. Stop the feature
So,
creep.
that's everything for Orcs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah. Now, what have we learned? We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO size. With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in
The biggest thing for me is the streamer mode stuff. That's the biggest one. I know I'm biased, and that's, you know, I accept that. That's okay. Being able to, like, first of all, removing the player list is a massive one. Like, just get rid of the F11, hit the F11, and you can see the list of everyone who's in your server. Like, that's the first step. And then being able to, like, obfuscate your name to what other people see beyond that is really welcome. And then they didn't really go into detail about what, like, putting someone on your block list includes. They mentioned something about making it harder for you to see each other. You can't see anyone, like, each other in chat. So you can block people, and it blocks, like, their chat and you from their chat. So clearly not developed by Elon Musk. And on top of that, it's, like, going into different systems should make it harder for you to somehow meet up with other people or, like, encounter other people when you're going to other systems. So that's the part that I'm most excited about.
A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamp beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game.
Okay. Chat, we just watched the whole thing.
You in the verse, and then the video to end on, because where our two. You there.
Can you make your own merch? Make your own guild merch? And put logos on your armor and on your ships? That's dangerous. Now you have to police, like, Call of Duty went through this already. And every other first-person shooter that allowed you to make your own guild logos already went through this. Learn from them.
Yes!
Jared's happy.
Sometimes it's just the simple things, isn't it? Like, put that crap on a shirt. All right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage.
We don't have
to
take a 60-minute break.
Go get some food, go to the bathroom, stretch your hammies, whatever you entertain yourself for the next 45 minutes. But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations. I promise. It's only up from here.
We're gonna travel.
Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in about an hour.
Through time. Okay, we're gonna travel through time. They're doing trivia questions on the screen. Okay, we'll watch some Jared interviews. See some chaos.
2.5 years ago, Mango Stone helped decorate a whole big part of it. They've done a number of mannequins and armor sets for us and helmets, and including 3 major ship models.
We just skipped like 50 minutes of waiting.
But they helped decorate the office, and when it
that
came...
everybody who stayed up to watch this had to sit there for 50 minutes and entertain their audience. Those brave streamers who were up at 2 a.m. my time for 9 hours from there. So they went to bed at like 2 a.m. to 11 a.m. my time. Brave soldiers. Now I get to skip the breaks that they had to sit there after being awake until 6 a.m. and try to figure out how to entertain their audience for like 50 minutes while they're sleepy.
Time for CitizenCon, we were like, you know how CIG is. It's like, do you think we could do a Hornet? And we're like, yeah, we could probably do a Hornet. We could do a Hornet. And then we found out how big it is. Do you know the Hornet in-game, like the actual in-game measurements, are 75 feet by 75 feet as a perfect square? That thing is huge. This guy here is 50 feet by 50 feet and still the same size as an F-16. So yeah, the Hornet in-game is very big. And Nate Dearsley, hold on, if you're watching, Nate, if you didn't make the Hornet so big, you wouldn't have had to make the Bengal so big. All right, let's keep looking. So this thing is pretty cool. Mango Stone is one of our trusted partners here. They've done all kinds of work for us. I asked them what we were going to do with the Hornet after CitizenCon, and we've got a lot of ideas. Nothing I can reveal today, but let's just say that CitizenCon this year will not be the last you see of this amazing 50 by 50 by, I forgot how tall it is. It's probably more than 3 or 4 feet. I like the lighting effect. Look at this gun. Let's go look at the, who knows what gun this is? I mean, obviously it's Apocalypse Arms, but what model is it? Remnant? This is a Remnant? Oh, yeah. Now, one of the things Mango Stone is known for is making weapon props for major motion pictures. One of the movies that you might have seen their stuff from is The Force Awakens, where they made a lot of the Stormtrooper armor and all their weapons in kit for that movie.
That's pretty cool.
Let's get one last shot, one last wide establishing shot of the Hornet. See how really cool this thing looks.
I want to see like the boot up sequence.
And then we're gonna do something, you know, here's something I can do that other people can't do. I can stand in here. Look, Mom, I'm getting in trouble. And go through here.
Don't touch anything, Jared.
Maybe go under this thing. I am making Tyler Wicken very nervous right now. I'm gonna go under this thing. I may not be able to run, but I can still get low. Hey, where's my camera? Can you still see me? Where'd he go? Oh, he went the long way. Oh, I thought I was gonna outsmart you. All right, so we're gonna check out the rest of Hall B. Follow me this way. These are the start.
I paused right now on a on like a glitch. This is IRL. Yeah, they have a physical convention every year. They said there were over 5,000 people in the viewing hall. It's in Manchester. All right, watch a little more. Sorry for the clip.
Hi, Star Citizens.
That's them, not me.
Where are you from? From Florida? Where in Florida?
Zephyr Hills, Tampa area.
Tampa?
Yeah.
You got a season pass to Disney?
No. We used to. Yeah,
Used
we
to.
got flooded out.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Where are you from?
Just outside of London.
Just outside of London.
Asking people who live in Florida if they have season passes to Disney World is like asking people who live in Vegas if they live inside of the casinos. You know what I mean? Like, if you live in Orlando, do you really care about Disney World that much? Probably not.
Thanks for making the drive, man. Hey! Oh my gosh, embarrassing. We wore the same thing. Where are you from?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Wow, what brought you here?
Well, obviously.
Do you?
I do
do not.
I was just setting you up. It's all right. I haven't slept in about 3 days, so I'm like, what the heck? All right.
This person wanted to be on camera so bad, dude.
I haven't slept in 3 days. Is this thing really here? You're seeing this too, right? All right.
I can't tell if it's planned or
Ratty, what's your deal? You're like a technician? All right. Hornet technician, I'm guessing? A little bit? I'm thinking about doing something really dumb right now. No, I want to be able to come to work on Monday. Thanks for being here, Ratty. Rats are carriers of communicable diseases, so that's all right. What? Who said hey, Jared? You said hey, Jared.
I did.
Oh, you said hey, Jared. What's going on?
I wanted to give you this.
You want to give me something? Oh. So one of the great things about being here at CitizenCon is people hand me all manner of stuff. And then it goes in my pocket, and then it goes in the back, and by the end of the weekend, I have an entire bag full of stuff. and which is not so bad when you live here in the UK. When you have to travel back across the world and you have a bag full of weird metal trinkets, TSA really loves that, but thank you. This is a challenge coin. Challenge coins are a staple of the Star Citizen community. How many orgs here have their own challenge coins?
That's not an org one.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a pretty good round. This is a what coin?
U.S. Army Aviation.
U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on. I am getting older. I got to say without this. So United States Army Aviation. Nice. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You got your M1A jacket too. Yeah. I like yours.
Yeah, it's just a normal flight jacket.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling right now. So yeah.
Audio. I hear the laughter. But I can't hear Jared. Where did he go? He's gone. I can only hear the crowd. Oh, new mic. Oh.
Hello? Are we on?
Like I said, if someone was telling him this, they need to... I'm just messing with you guys.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I back? All right. All right, we're back. Hall A, cheer for me. All right, you know, we made it through last year pretty good without any major issues, and then I saw those bingo cards show up on Reddit, and like the first square was technical issues, and I was like, no, we haven't had technical issues on one of these in a long time.
Living rent-free, that's what they call it. Oh, the bingo cards.
And this happens,
Oh my God. Not again, dude. That's so funny. Okay. I wanted to see the nachos. It honestly wouldn't be Star Citizen otherwise, though. There is nothing more awkward as a presenter. Smart move. Smart move. Just cut to the cosplay competition. All right, chat. We are going to skip the cosplay comp. And I'm sure they all did fantastic. And we're gonna, let's see, what is this presentation?
Oh no, it's supposed to say his name on there right now. Show me his name.
Chat, what is this?
Nick Beers!
Okay, Dress to Kill. Is this gonna be like just clothes? How long is this? Skip or not skip? Worth to watch a bit before you... Wait, don't skip. It's not cosmetic. Okay, we'll watch a little bit.
Thank you. How's it going? Hello, hello.
See what it is.
So my name is Nick Pierce, like Joe mentioned. It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting, so I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation.
In Diablo terms, it's armor sets.
With that said, I'm here to talk to you about an initiative that was first introduced right here at CitizenCon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose and specialization.
Oh, okay. Now this is about like having like purpose-built armor. So like right now in Star Citizen, if you use any set of armor, you're gonna get the standard like hit markers. When you kill an enemy, it's gonna give you like a kill, like Call of Duty. You got the kill like X on the HUD. This is going to be about like what purpose-built armor means, where you might wear a mining suit to do mining, or you might wear a racing suit that gives you like a different HUD that helps you when you're going through like a race course or something like that. Okay. Oh, wow.
Armor
Yeah, this is
clothing
interesting.
in our game. So let's get started. So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything, with so many different options of gameplay, whether that be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could be a daring racing, a cargo hauler, or a first responder. Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had specialized. Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your
like
playstyle.
roleplay and immersion.
At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge.
I do own this suit. It was the 1 month I was a subscriber, like the optional sub. The 1 month. I think this was the reward, or was something that looked exactly like it. I hope it does something.
Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex.
Because right now
so
it
whether
doesn't do
you're
anything.
a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle.
Hey,
What
put
do
your
you want to
dukes
do
up.
today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions.
I know there's a bunch of people who love this armor set, but I can't look at it without seeing the Starfield Starborn armor set. That's the first thing I think of.
That JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear. Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system. Can I get a hell yeah? All right. All right. I know you guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do called Starwear, please welcome to the stage lead character technical
Freaking
artist
Starwear.
Amanda Lira. Watch it, bro.
No, that'd be cool though.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time. How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starwear.
Starwear.
So, if you're... Are you tired of choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Star Wars is fashion that meets purpose. As specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine, you'll
What's
also
the
be
stat
able to
bonus
choose
for
the visual
shirtless?
style that you want. But beware, with added options also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the possibilities that Star Wars will be able to provide you.
Cruella de Vil on the right. They're morphing. Cyberpunk character. The plastic bag. Really grooving. Armor over clothes is so huge. It is huge. It is important for customization. It gives a lot more options. My question is, when is a video game going to let you put on a helmet and not go bald? Like, if this person had a ponytail, what would their hair look like? That is the one boss that modern RPGs and video games cannot defeat, I feel like, is putting on a hat or helmet and losing your hair. Impossible technology.
As you all saw, the possibilities are huge. Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all? Like backpacks on clothing? Yeah. So Star Wars allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are. And we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you. But that is enough about Star Wars for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Star Wars and specializations will improve your gameplay.
My gameplay!
Well done, bro. All right. Thank you, Armando. Some nice dancing as well, by the way. So as you can see, the Star Wars system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best-looking video games out there, but we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be specialized for distinct use cases.
Where's the ass armor?
Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case. There will be some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Star Wars system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on. Let's meet our first specialization.
The Cutter! Inspired choice. Okay.
All right.
What am I looking
All
at
right,
here?
so we have our leader. Let's get into it. So So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons.
Okay, listen, Star Citizen. You ain't gonna pull the wool over my eyes here and tell me that the reason why nobody has holsters or straps for their weapons is because of frickin' magnets that just let you do the classic MMO of my sword is floating on my back, okay? You can just tell me that it's too complicated to try to figure out how to get layers of clothing and armor that also somehow work with body holsters. And tell me that that's a feature and not a design choice to simplify the workflow of game development, okay? I understand it's an impossibility, but you don't... It's magnets, bro. Okay.
However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security, should the need arise. Another new...
Okay, because, like, now you have to, if you put it in the lore, you gotta tell me what the lore is. Because how is the magnet strong enough to keep it locked in place through rigorous physical exercise and activity, but it knows to release when you're grabbing it? Does your hand around the grip of the gun send a message to release the magnet? Captain America shield magnets. Electromagnets. What happens if somebody else touches the gun? Okay, anyway.
New addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're enclosed like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialize.
They got a dunk worm?
This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor and no EVA capability, for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here.
I still gotta watch
Let's
Dunk
meet
2.
Our next members.
Is that Valkyrie? Okay, for you to be considered a driver instead of a pilot, does your vehicle have to have wheels? If your vehicle doesn't have wheels, do you automatically become a pilot?
Okay. So here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD. This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields, so no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs. Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight, plus with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance. And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option.
Interesting.
Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows it to have truly unmatched G-force resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks. It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments. So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members.
That helmet! That freaking helmet! I never loot that helmet. I always leave it on the corpse. Okay, good. It's a different guy. Railgun gamers. The tank.
Okay. Here's our tank, who is wearing our heavy combat armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean? We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage mitigation than what players are currently used to. Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions, so that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they will not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire.
Interesting. But you have no mobility. Okay, you're gonna sit here and tell me that this thing right here has even 1 pip of stealth? 1? I don't buy that. That's where I draw the line, but no, I'm just kidding. Heavy armor doesn't have G-force resistance? It can resist like small arms fire, but it doesn't have like built-in G-force resistance? I feel like I should be safe in there against G-forces. That's probably for balance reasons. Do boats have pilots? I think they do, Mary Skipper. I think they do. Major Spacer, thank you for 61 months, by the way. Appreciate the sub. Are you building a factory on Monday? Probably not. Are you? Tanky and can handle G-forces? Probably.
Thank you.
Or just has the juice. Give me the juice. Here comes the juice.
However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack. Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another suit in our heavy armor class.
Every PvPer
this one
is
is aimed
wearing
at
this
less
one?
at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The heavy hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions, perfect for locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables. So to compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target with ease, there's a good chance that they'll know you're coming for them.
Okay.
Next up,
That's interesting. So it'll just be like super noisy. So you'll just be like clank, 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 running around. That's an interesting way to balance it. But yeah, this definitely looks like the meta suit because it doesn't have the worst mobility. It has good enough protection, and the scanner is just, of course, you're going to want that.
Look at our last additions to the team.
sniper? Where's the... How do you get magnets in this gown? Eh? Where are the space magnets in the hospital gown?
All right.
Woven in the fabric.
I can tell who the fan favorite is there, yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, that's helmet, core, arms,
undetectable,
and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar. With it being light armor, it also has a great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions.
By the way, chat, there is going to be a balance patch that nerfs the stealth suit and the heavy hunter suit. Like, it's... you could save yourself the trouble and just nerf it before it comes out. I promise you there will eventually be a big enough kerfuffle on Spectrum and Reddit to get one or both of those nerfed, for sure. Hunter unlimited scan versus sniper unlimited stealth. It sounds like unlimited stealth just wins, right? Already in the sniper glint. The sniper doesn't have to use a sniper. You just it's just light stealth armor who happens to be using a sniper rifle. They just titled this person the sniper, but this is their light stealth armor. If they're closer, you can just see them normally. Right. Okay, but here's the issue, right? I know it only has 2 stars of protection, but it's the most mobile and cannot be scanned. So, like, have you guys ever played or heard of the Prisoner's Dilemma? Because this is kind of like the Prisoner's Dilemma, where if you have one player who will always pick the undetectable suit, then you will never pick the suit with scanners. Do you understand? So by having someone that's undetectable, you're prisoner's dilemmaing yourself where the right move is always going, in this case, going to be everyone use the undetectable one. It's cold-blooded from COD. Yeah, it's cold-blooded. The infamous cold-blooded perk from Call of Duty. So no one will pick the one that scans good if there is one that cannot be scanned. Everyone will just pick the stealth armor.
So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper. However,
because if you get the drop on them, it doesn't matter how much armor you have. All you have to do is shoot them first before they shoot you.
the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be...
The problem is there needs to be a rock, paper, scissors, and not just a rock, scissors. Right? Well, I guess that's not the best way to put it. It'd be like, this is the scissors. No. This is the paper, and the hunter is the rock. There needs to be a scissors also in there.
Engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surrounded our group, we have that one friend. We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one friend. That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? We fun? All right.
But yeah, I mean, it's interesting, but it needs one more. You need to have one more for combat. Because there's really only 2 suits for combat, and then by default, there's only 1 suit for combat. Because if one of them is undetectable, then there's no reason to pick the hunter, in my opinion. So hopefully there's another one that's in there somewhere.
So let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge. And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go back real quick. Yeah, this is the thing I'm stuck on. The reason I'm stuck on it is, this should have max stealth, and the trade-off should not also be max mobility and 2 stats of protection. Like, for max stealth undetectable by scans, if it were me already, I would knock this down a pip and this down to minimum. Like, this needs to be no higher than 3, but protection should be a paper thin. Like, your advantage of being completely undetectable should be no armor, basically. Like, even if you get the drop, you need to finish it off quick, because if somebody snapshots you and just, like, whips around and turns, you'll die.
Well, in this case, be a sniper.
You're
However, the
right,
protection
nerf
provided
incoming.
is minimal. Working to have the system designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
But yeah, they mentioned with the active scanner that the best active scanner, you will probably hear them coming anyways. That's what they said. It's very noisy and you'll hear them coming. So the best scanner is like a reverse scan where you can detect, but you also are basically alerting people you're hunting for them. Whereas the stealth suit doesn't have any downsides other than low-ish armor. Like, it is it's like one of the fastest suits for mobility and also completely undetectable.
Oh, luckily this thing's only got 2 buttons. So, hello, I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things at CIG, but thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things.
What's up, Cornflakes? We're just chilling, dude. Thanks for the sub.
I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen, who knows what trouble they could run into. So let's find out what they're going to face. Now, they're heading to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro system. So without further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
What's the benefit of being the normal clothes guy? He seems like he has the least stuff going for him. RP, basically. Go into places where armor is banned. Tell me they've updated the driving physics. Okay. Just because? That worm. Every game needs a giant sandworm. No Man's Sky needs them. Star Citizen needs them. They're adding raid bosses to start. It just shoots rocks. I'm sure that they hit like a bitch, though. Yeah, okay. All right, that's what I thought. Clips through the world. Do you think if you accidentally clip through the floor, you'll see the worm down there? Or do you think it disappears and despawns when it's below the surface? To be fair, the Tumbril deserved that. I've had the misfortune of trying to use a Tumbril to kill literally anything, and it's just the worst. So that's their fault for even taking it out of the garage in the first place, I think. Giving it projectiles was smart, because most people would probably just sit in place and shoot at it from afar. Okay, now we're desperate. You're shooting at it with like a P8. Does it actually try and come up out of the ground like underneath vehicles? Because that would be cool. If you bring ballistics to this fight, good luck. Lasers only, dude. Real long fight. That dude definitely, hang on, that dude face planted in the ground. Yeah, they definitely cut away from that dude just like scraping ass on the ground for sure. So you can harvest it? All right, now I'm interested. Pearls? We do get spheres, and its teeth! They're huge!
Oh, that was cathartic.
Listen, that was really cool. This is a really good idea. The problem is, it'll be fun 3 times. And then, also, you're forgetting the part where they didn't show actual gameplay, which is everybody coming in with their A1. Just like a bunch of A1s just coming in and dropping nukes. Boom, boom, boom. That's gonna be the meta.
Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valakar.
But it looks cool though. It does look cool.
I love you too, Gronsy.
Use ground vehicles to bait it out?
To all
That's
the people
clever.
who put in a lot of work to get to the point where what we just showed you is gameplay. As you can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have
Yeah,
some
if there's like
polishing
good
to do on
drops
it,
or
and
rare
we didn't
drops and
want to hold it
actual
off. We
loot,
just
that'd be
wanted
cool.
to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so with that said, monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen.
Okay, now
And
if
the
you
best
add
part,
multiple
we're
monsters,
starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember
we're
from
talking.
2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's ranged attacks, as well as your fastest drivers to bait out the Valakar from the surface.
You mean
As it's the only
strafing
way
to the
bring
right's
this
not good
mighty
enough?
creature out of the ground is by disturbing the surface with a ground vehicle. But how does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well, unfortunately, the Valakar stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that? Well, the deadly Valakar has a variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, it regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes. But if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat will have to contend with its bite or its deadly slam. So, little bit fun bit of information. As the Valakar becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested.
Okay, that sounds cool.
The big question, in a game like ours, how are we going to communicate the health of this creature?
Because I was thinking, like, people would just bring ground vehicles and be like, okay, it's out, and then who cares what happens to it. But if you have to actually try and keep the ground vehicles alive, that's way more interesting, because now you got to have some people on the ground who are driving around trying to keep it, like, aggroed, basically, who are also trying not to die. So that creates, like, a fun dynamic between the people on the ground and the people in the sky. So that's a solid, smart idea.
Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen.
Who wants to be the
We know
bait?
how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way. So you'll see here the Valakar's health from 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how close you are. So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valakar's health without needing any UI or health bars, and just purely keeps you immersed in the experience.
They're evade tanks.
So, number one question, why do you want to kill the Valakar? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valakar has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valakar to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth. These are within its mouth, and you'll need a very strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out.
Atlas incoming.
And these harvestables will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestables are going to be used tomorrow.
Incredibly valuable for crafting powerful equipment.
In crafting your home. So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground. But this really shows how big it is. But how big is it really? Well, fun bit of information. When we first made the collision for this model, Star Engine actually gave us an error saying, like, no living thing needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenothreat knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it. There it is. So well done to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields. But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valakar actually comes in different sizes. So you'll be familiar with the variants we've done before with our Quasi-Grazers.
I feel bad for the micro worm.
They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics.
But it's just genetics.
Moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation, audio, and harvestables associated to each size. So for our first size, we have the juvenile.
There is one.
These juveniles will respond to stimulus such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to
loud
burst
mining.
Out the ground
I'm
and
in danger.
Attack anyone who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves near valuable harvestables and minerals. So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger and a lot more angry. Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures grow and evolve in the environments they live in.
Yeah, this gun was in one of the recent Inside Star Citizens, I think. But yeah, it is a new one. Dude, our hand mining just got way more dangerous in Zero to Hero.
Live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our Apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks. It's also the biggest living thing in the verse.
5, 15, 300.
So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of Apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast.
Okay, the first in a large series. Does that mean that the creatures are large, or that there was going to be a large number of different creatures?
A diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar.
Yes.
Everyone at CIG is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands, and we hope it shows that we're not only doubling down on creatures,
more
we're also
creatures is
committed to
good.
bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game.
Because this is why it's so stupid in No Man's Sky. It's because when you go to a random planet in No Man's Sky and there's a worm, the first time it happens, it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. The second time it happens, it's like, this is really cool. But then you go to like the 5th planet and there's a worm, and it's like, okay, I need more than one creature for this to continue to feel cool. So if this is like contained to one of the planets and there's other creatures on other planets, then that would be best case scenario. So it's nice that they're at least planning on more.
Of our scale can provide. But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now, the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share with you the bigger picture for creatures. So let's start with some Valakar variants. Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their look and appearance. However,
the
we want
swamp
to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet? Or if a Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make sci-fi one of the best mediums. And I can hear the questions
That one's
already.
terrifying.
What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex Quasi-Grazer look like? Well, it's these questions that get everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We've started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds and cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown. So, looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets feel special. As well, as concealing the unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're populated with appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables.
No, Mucky, you're right.
With that being said, I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to be bringing the Valakar to all of our backers. It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
A Copion. The bird that never spawns for me. The cow with the disgusting belly. And now the space worm. They are joined by the water creatures from The Witcher. a space bison. Okay, whoever's in charge of making the like disgusting growths on all the creatures, we're gonna stop putting you at the chief position of like there's the whoever made the cow with the like I don't like the space cow, the new one, because it has those like tubes that you pull from the underbelly, and it's like a trypophobia alley. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that person also designed this very sad space pig with a mutated growth of weird spikes on it. Okay, there's a lot going on here. I approve Space Whale. Spike Gorilla Rhino definitely gets a pass. Snow Yeti Bigfoot gets a pass. Scary Crab in the Swamp, sure. Kind of a regular goat, but I'm in favor. Supersized Mosquito, that one's getting banned. We're not going to let that one go through QA. Aardvark, you can come in. Jawless King Cobra, not sure about you. Too scary. Just a regular rat, but mutated. That one's getting banned too. There's more. Dog? Not you. Other dog. Hold on. This one and this one are from the same design doc, for sure. And this one. This is pulled from the same design doc, where they like made multiple variants. Ditto for this one and this one. Chat, we're not supposed to... These are probably like regional variants for different planets, because this one, this one, this one, this one. Are there 4 or more? This is like playing a match game. Oh, there's a 5th. I found a 5th one. They have different heads and stuff. I'm assuming they're just different variants for different biome types, would be my guess. Toys! Sorry, action figures.
We have some amazing creatures, but we also have some even more amazing ships. Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing. Everyone there did an awesome job. Now we are back here.
I like how someone in chat said, I like how it went from armor to fighting a space worm. It was a cool space worm, though. It was a very cool space worm. YouTube, hello?
Okay. I've almost got full mobility back. You know, when they tell you Chris Roberts isn't ready, go take a run. Don't take it literally. All right. Find also, quite frankly, if I may say so, find someone that looks at you the way that Scrap from Bar Citizen International looks at someone doing a CitizenCon interview. That was just so intense the whole time. All right. As they said, as Dan and Sam said, we have one more presentation left. It's a big one. Beyond Pyro. We're looking at what's next beyond our next star system, which just went to PTU, yeah? Viva Cati, all right. I've been in this world for so long. So please welcome to the stage one of my favorite people at CIG, and I don't say that lightly. A man whose last name took me 3 years to learn to pronounce correctly, and I'm still not entirely certain I did it. Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland.
Leyland? I was expecting a different last name after that. 3 years?
Hello, everybody.
Did I say
how are you saying it?
I did.
Yeah,
okay. I did. I still didn't get it.
Wait.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all.
How do you
Thank
say
you for
it?
coming out. Did you guys see that worm?
It's not Leyland.
Really cool. All right.
How do you pronounce it then?
So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences.
It could be Leland.
Did you guys see that worm?
I didn't push any buttons. I didn't
Really
touch
cool.
anything.
All right.
Did the stream disconnect here?
So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and
What if
wonderful
he's
music from
controlling the
Pedro,
stream with the buttons?
which will create an evocative and emotional backdrop. Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits.
I want to hear the soundtrack,
But
actually.
today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro. So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen. And let's start by looking up into the stars and saying hello to an old friend.
Beyond Pyro. Pyro's not even out yet. But where do we go next? To a place called Gray Box. Ooh, fancy. Does it hit an invisible asteroid and then explode? Hello, Cold Diggity, what's up? Oh, is it gonna be, the old station? Are they bringing back Levski? Before my time?
Awesome. All right. So this is Nix system. Nix was discovered in 2582 by Carla Larry during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space. So, visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout the system. But, despite this, a small community has formed in the system, and this is on an asteroid in the belt between Nix 2 and Nix 3. And this asteroid is called Delamar.
Delamar. I know Delamar.
And here it is.
But it makes you think
hidden
of
deep
Delamain
in the Glacium Ring.
from Cyberpunk.
But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid. And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero-G location, giving a unique identity for a landing zone. So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar.
I'm ready to explore again, chat. I'm ready to fly around in a spaceship again. Can't have a zero-G station, too many hospital gowns? What happens if you get a small cut on a zero-G station? The hospital's gonna have their work cut out for them. Now we're gonna blow your mind. Those are all AI ships. Crewing player ships. We're also announcing AI crew members will be available in the game in 4.1.
All right. Awesome. Awesome. So, for all that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, welcome back to Levski.
I knew it. I wasn't even there.
And for new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place. This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated.
The purists
so
are going to be so mad.
Into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops.
It was perfect the way it was.
Let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
Like, wasn't Levski praised for being like the only place where when you landed everything was kind of like exterior and not having hangars and stuff? Dude, the new ship! The new freaking ship! The other new ship! That's a Kraken!
Release the Kraken!
I don't care, because I'm not going to buy either one until they're available in-game with in-game money.
All right, cool.
Sorry.
So Levski
But
is still
it's true.
perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole. We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
This sounds like Band of Brothers music. They're jumping and flying. Or swimming. Look out. One person is actually swimming. What? Why was that person? Was that just an in-joke? Why is this dude swimming? Oh yeah, now we're talking. Now we're in business. Give me some Argo raft action. I'm gonna be a rafter, chat. I want a raft.
All right,
Just give me the external tractor beam. Like it's supposed to.
So around the main entrance, there's still gravity
Fix
plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup. And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
Okay, before we take a look, does the game have modular modifications for ships? The only ship right now that has modular modifications, I believe, is the the name that starts with an R that just escaped me. The torpedo is a torpedo boat. Retaliator. Thank you. Yeah, there's one ship with modular modifications, the Retaliator. Though they're quite prohibitive to attain, because you had to buy them with real money right now, I think, and only when they're on sale. So it's actually like they kind of, in my opinion, they botched the job with they're in game now. Okay, they botched the initial launch with the Retaliator for sure, and I hope it's not indicative of things to come because it was super poorly handled, in my opinion. And also, the Retaliator is still a busted ass ship that I hate, because every time it comes up on a bounty, even if they have the cargo module and it happens to have cargo, you actually cannot navigate the Retaliator's hallways in 0G. So they need to fix that. But yeah, I hate that ship. So anyway, to answer the question the rest of the way, there are modifications that you can do for every ship, but they're not physical except for changing the weapons out. So you can change the coolers that are on ships, the power supplies, the weapon loadouts, and missiles, and your quantum drive and stuff like that. But yeah, they change your stats, and then those are all going to come into play in the engineering update, which we have an Inside Star Citizen video that I haven't watched on engineering, which is basically like individual components can take damage, and you have to repair them during or after combat, or after an accident happens, or stuff like that. The tube. Tube looks cool. They drilled the hole right through. Nice camera movements. A lot of traffic in here. External loading. A giant space elevator. Sick. A cargo elevator for the whole sea. That looks sick. Snap into place. Those magnets are powerful.
All right. So first off, Now the borehole goes all the way through the asteroid, which is awesome to fly through. And down at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators. These will be priority access for Hull series ships. So for all the Hull series folks,
I really want to get a Hull
we got
A.
it covered.
I want to fly a Hull A around.
The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton and Pyro.
But zero-G freight elevators is cool.
But wait, there's a little bit more.
There's more.
Let's take a look.
Cargo is my language. This is all the most interesting things other than weather so far for me. I do love cargo. Specifically taking bounty cargo. PvE bounties. Levski interior. Cargo services. Some panels. Commodity shop, looks like. Looks dirty? It looks exactly like an asteroid base should.
All right, cool.
Hey, get off your phone, man.
So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able to quickly sell or pick up for the next run. So that concludes some of the exterior updates coming to Levski. But the interior is also getting some updates to bring them in line with current gameplay requirements. These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies, and refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore. And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro. Yay! Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much. And we're updating Levski to fit
They're like, you have
current
no idea how hard
gameplay
there was to
mechanics
code.
and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're
I wanna
adding
know what that
local
means.
areas for gameplay content.
Oh. Good thing I asked.
Now, speaking of gameplay in landing zones,
Okay.
let's leave Levski for now.
I'm listening.
And let's jump to Rainy Arcop,
I'm listening.
which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now. So we're continuing the Building Interior Initiative. We're adding additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused.
Okay.
These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent.
Okay.
So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works. And this will be split into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players.
What does that mean?
And the lower Municipal Works, known locally
okay.
as the Depths.
Instanced.
Which will comprise of several instanced levels. So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression.
Dude!
As an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central.
We talked about this when we were doing
And
Zero
as
to
I
Hero.
said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others.
When we were doing the Zero to Hero, I was like stuck on these. Chad, if you didn't watch, I did a 0 to hero challenge where I was not allowed to rent any ships. It started with $0 in the game, like 0 credits, and no ships, no vehicles, nothing. I had to unlock everything. I was allowed to hitchhike with other players and or like stow away on their ships until I could earn enough money. I couldn't steal their ships, but I had to like earn enough money legit to be able to buy my own vehicles in the game. It took me like a month to get to, I think our goal was 10 million credits of net worth from 0. And while we were doing that, I was like stuck on these stations in these cities, and I was like, wow, it sure would be cool if there was stuff to do here so that you could do jobs or do missions, and all of the jobs and missions were contained to the landing zone in the city. Because all the missions you could take on a planet would make you go like really far across the planet here and then bounce really far across the planet here, but there was nothing that you could just do while you're in the landing zones. And I was like, you could tie it to rep. You could start at 0, they could have quests, there could be quest givers, and they show like they tell you how to explore, they tell you how to navigate, and they also introduce like new gameplay elements that you just do in a contained environment that doesn't force you to like travel, like, okay, go get in your ship, take off, fly over there, land, and then you could actually have like gameplay loops that were self-contained in an area, and it sounds like that's exactly what this is.
These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly, eventually reaching the municipal works. And the municipal works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network.
That looks cool.
Which is what we're seeing here. It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in pyro stations. It's an area to do local missions, like exploration, repair, or even pest control.
Okay.
But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas. So, what is an instance area? Well, an instance area works in the same way as an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this? This gives us the ability to create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay, and fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content.
They're adding PvE to the game.
All right, so let me illustrate. Going over here. How the depths will be split by levels. Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it quick. So let's say you're in level B01. You're running a mission, you're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down the access point elevator, and now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey.
They added the pit from D4.
Now this is your new area with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ. The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03, and we continue deeper. With each level you unlock, you access new areas. For new mission loops, you'll access new, more challenging curated content and access better and better rewards. And this is what will form progression-based content.
That looks like a... What movie does that look like? What movie is this? Where there's a giant round tube and... Makes me think of Spider-Man. Is it Spider-Man? This looks like a scene from a movie, like a specific one. Chronicles of Riddick? Like this exact scene. Batman when he fights Bane. Okay, no, yeah, I can see that one too, but I don't know if that's the exact one I'm thinking of. I definitely can see Batman fighting Bane in the sewer. The sci-fi hell movie. Maybe. I don't think it was... The one that I'm thinking of is not Batman. Mission Impossible, Tom jumps in. Yeah, but that one wasn't like a sewer. But I know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything like this in Event Horizon, but I don't remember. Chat's just saying movie names now. Anyway, I swear it looks so familiar, but I can't. It's driving me crazy. I can't put my finger on exactly what it is. Like the surrounding parts look similar too.
So as I just described, was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this still describes the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section on gameplay spaces for landing zone. We're excited to show you more. All right. So we're going to head away from ArtCorp for now. Let's look again into the stars.
I'm not sure how I feel about the instance content because it's not specific enough for me to be able to form an opinion on. It's kind of like there's going to be instances and you go deeper. And there's not really enough information there for me to come to a conclusion or form an opinion.
And now we're going to talk about solar systems.
Now, the sandbox area where there's a bunch of people in there and you can do missions and like little repairs and earn money doing this or that, like locally on the landing zone area. Now that's 2 thumbs up. Do more of that. But the other thing is too vague.
Stanton system was the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system. It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system and is the perfect contrast to Stanton. Then, as we just saw, we have Nick system. It's not a totally unsafe system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go, as it borders Vandal space. See that little bit of red? That's Vandal space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system.
They fixed the skybox.
But
in Stanton,
we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
They're gonna have 4 systems?
All right. I thought you were saying click system then. I'm like, well, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom, so it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right? So if we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system. Are you ready?
Chat, you gotta cheer now. Cheer now.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. Here it is. Oh, wait.
Wow.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Boo.
So,
deserved.
Let's take a sneak peek at system number 4. Here it is.
Star Wars.
Oh, it's awesome, right?
A New Hope intro scene.
All right. No, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson.
I do
and
love
to do
lore.
that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactipedia. So, we're back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War.
Where is Stanton? I see Pyro. And Nyx. Am I stupid? Where's Stanton? I can see my house from here.
Back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions were at breaking point. In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands between Xi'an and human-controlled space. The United Planets of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones.
What is here?
And utilizing them as military staging grounds. But one system on the Perry line offered a key strategic position for a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire. And that system was Castra.
I don't know what that means for the lore. However, I just wanted to point out for the people who are like, I'll see you in 2036. You may not know this, but this is true. Every single star system on this map, and like hundreds that you can't see, are supposed to be planned to be added to Star Citizen. Okay? So, yeah, if you think they can't get 4 in by 2036, have I got a surprise for you?
But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry-Line Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry-Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations. And everyone's cool. So,
I want to be that guy.
The fourth system will be Castra.
Red. Every system needs a different color.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First we have Castra 1. Here it is. Castra 1 is a dead, coreless planet because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation. So instead, the UEE Navy used Castra 1 for target practice, giving it the nickname of Bullseye. All the weapon testing throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters.
Here's the thing. If they're adding new tech that we saw earlier for weather and dynamic clouds, then you could just use the same technology for like these craters of smoking vents on the planet. In theory, I'm sure it's not that easy, but you know, hypothetically, that could be a cool use case for the cloud technology. Just use it on like rolling smog plumes, whatever these like gas leaks are. Now, here's the thing about having a ton of systems, right? Not all the systems need to be super inhabited. If this turns out to be a system that's just like, here's like 3 rocks and that's it, that's fine. Like, not all of space needs to be this crazy, detailed, like millions of people live here. There's got to be a lot of empty systems, or systems where there's like a star and 1 planet or something like that.
And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning ground exploration will require high-end environment suits. And as you saw in the weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other items. Okay. Then we have Castra 2. The second planet from the sun is called CASCOM. And this was the location of the military's staging area. Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system, which prizes citizenship above all else. Let's head down to the surface and check it out.
Let me pause real quick. Cloud system in Star Citizen's volumetric. Earlier in this, they did a demo on their upcoming weather system. We're at 646 right now. Chat, remember that, 646. Let me see if I can find this part. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but this is what they're implementing at some point in the future.
Naturally, in changing shape, they dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it it's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
Okay, we watched this earlier, but gotta show the two sizzle reel pieces. But yeah, I'm sure that those were scripted, and so is this. It looks sick as hell, though. And then you got this poor dude on the left. This poor Aurora. I feel your pain, man. That's my starter ship, too. Oh, lightning just took him out of the sky. Gotta show the sizzle reel pieces. All right, we were at 646. So yeah, that's rain affected by wind. Yeah, they have a whole wind map, humidity. They're tracking the soil erosion, all that stuff. So the weather will be, the clouds will dynamically form based on all of those factors intermixing with one another, according to what they said earlier.
Difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other items. Okay. Then we have Castra 2. The second planet from the sun is called...
Oh, I said 646.
Breaking through the clouds, citizenship above all else.
There we go.
Let's head down to the surface and check it out. Breaking through the clouds, you'll find a landscape full of Great Lakes and lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
I like this art, just the concept art. I like the
which is
lighting of
fondly
it.
known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
I'm getting Microsoft Flight Sim vibes from the God Rays. I'm gonna live on this planet, with the one with the most clouds. That's gonna be, wherever that is, that's my home. Especially if you get to hear this music every time you go in for landing. I'd be careful landing here, though, because you might get salvaged. Landing inside of the Omega Vulture. You know what I mean? So be careful. You might get turned into scrap if you go in here. Those are some big guns, dude. Who are these here to take out? Is that the beacon to let you know where you are? If you can actually drive all the way up and around that, that'd be sick. I see a little MPUV down there. The real star of the show. Pull up, pull up. We're gonna have to ground those pilots. Undue danger. Buzzing a superior officer. Very peaceful. I feel very zen right now.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on. This is where they staged the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But now it's mostly a commercial spaceport. The Navy still has an airbase here, but it's a great place to see some big ships of the UEE. Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s anti-orbital cannons are still present around the defensive walls, with most of them being decommissioned once it became a civilian city. Over to the left of the space.
Oh, this is years away? Hold on. Are you telling me that they invited 5,000 people to CitizenCon to show them things that weren't out yet? No way, man. What are you talking? Hold on. Is this some kind of convention about like upcoming things that aren't that are going to be coming out over the following years? What?
Port is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the Army when Sherman was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned...
Okay, you can't have these guns that are larger than the local buildings and tell me that if they fired off, the shock wave would not instantly collapse all the buildings around it. These things have got to have a thunderous pulse when they shoot.
It has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM, with the Governor's Council headquarters located here.
They look badass, though.
As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose. With an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification, the designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments. And from all the locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall, you can see the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild Headquarters. The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA towers for habitation. That's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum.
This is definitely my
where you can
aesthetic. I would live
experience
here.
the history of humanity's military and the role
Plus
that
the
Castro
clouds.
has played in keeping the Empire safe.
This would be my starter zone.
And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone. So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman. I think it's devastatingly beautiful, with a rich history and unique mood and vibe.
The lore, man! I gotta have the lore!
So before I go, I want to thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier. And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you. So thanks again. You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Welcome back, Jared.
I'll just do that. All right.
That was awkward.
Okay.
That was awkward.
We're just about at that time. Before we get there, I do have a couple announcements. Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and it made a couple people upset. I used this opportunity to call out a couple people who bothered me. Mostly, I just want to say the ground floor and the first floor can be the same floor. No, we actually do have some actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the challenge coin that was in your swag bag. I'm getting this.
Okay, we don't probably need to know this. What's your star referral code? I'm going to pull the trigger on getting this. Well, I would caution you to wait on getting this probably until they have some more, just 5 or so years. No, but I have this. The Star Citizen code is in there, but I think it's in a pretty rough spot right now because they just pushed out a patch that had no business being pushed out. However, there is a very generous refund capability for like 30 days for the game. So you can always, buy it, try it, and then refund it. So just be aware that there's a refund policy if you want to check it out now, because yeah, it's life's pretty rough at the moment. So if it were me, I would wait. However, for me, I already got like 250, 300 hours out of it on stream, and it was more than worth it for me, but I have a higher pain tolerance, I feel like, than most. And I know that like my biggest thing with Star Citizen is there is no mandatory monthly subscription fee. And once I buy it, I just own it. So to me, that's good enough justification. Like, it's still there to be installed. Yeah, I think there is a free fly next month. There is a free fly, so you can download it in like a month's time for free without having to buy it. I know a few friends that also got it. Yeah, I mean, if you have people that are already playing it, then by all means. But it is it's in a rough place that no early access game on Steam would prepare you for. It's definitely in a league of its own as far as like things that don't work. But the moments that I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing, I'm okay with working to get to those, when I get to them. So everyone, this is definitely the your mileage may vary game.
Data as I'm here, so bear with me. So everybody should pull out your coins.
But yeah, the referral thing's in the chat.
Yeah. And I'm going to call out some numbers.
Okay, we don't care about this, right?
So pick up your shipping box.
All right, we'll just go. Oh, is this the oh, it's time. Chat, it's time. No, I'm not going to do that, Bear. We're going to watch the real thing. No spoilerinos. Chat, we can make this go faster, actually. Wait the whole 30 seconds, too.
Our command had confirmed that our we don't just go around operations. Running down streets.
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion into the has been stopped. Newsflash. More coverage.
Time to get your people popcorn out, because it's Squadron 42 time. Warts and all, baby. Let's go.
I hope you like what you've seen so far in day one. Thank you very much. Anyway, so I hope you have liked what you've seen so far in day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But let's talk about the Hornet in the room.
Where was this? Manchester.
Last year we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since? Given the scale and ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure
that we
the
haven't
game
done
meets
yet.
the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is
30 to 40
not
hours?
inconsequential.
Speedrunners will be done in 4.
To show you, we thought it would be best to boot up the game and start at the beginning. Now, quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style. So, we are going to play this live. I've played it through many times, flawlessly not crashed, sorry. Occasionally, we've had a few, so if something happens, it happens.
Foreshadowing.
But fingers crossed. But what you're about to see is the prologue of Squadron 42's. And
That's a death flag, as we would say.
And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing and optimizing. So what you're about to see in here is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special. So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra, Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
Okay.
All right, Rich. It's in your hands.
Absolutely. Hello, CitizenCon. So, my name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen.
Oh boy.
And I think
we got the RGB keyboard.
A little bit to play, so who wants to start? Should we go?
I would be so nervous doing this, dude.
Okay. So as Chris says, this is going to be playing it as a natural playthrough with, hopefully we don't run into any issues, but we'll go from there. And this, what you're seeing here, is the combat pilot training application form that we're going to submit.
You'd
to your
literally do
application.
this. Yeah, but being on the stage where I could physically see you all would definitely be different. Definitely different. Like, I'm used to just looking over at a chat window.
But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
It is not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships or traveling.
We need subtitles on, and the options, they probably don't have subtitles. That's Henry freaking Cavill.
Those are just the perks. I'm Commander Ryan Wright. I fly Navy.
Henry Cavill's so happy to be flying in space. Dude, we gotta get our certifications. Why did they get Henry Cavill? You clearly don't know how many people are in this single-player game.
So should we go rookie?
He's just one dude.
No, Legatus. Tron. Yeah, let's do it.
Bold bastard. I would never play on the hardest difficulty there. Oh, you know what though? If I was the dev, I would have made this slice of game where all the difficulties were the same. That would be the 200 IQ version of this. Like, none of the difficulties are actually changing anything. They just make the audience think that they're harder. Make it standard. What? That's
so
like
you will be able to fully
skinny me.
customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assumed you talked to all rookies that way.
I assumed you talked to all the rookies that way.
Should we go?
Okay, that's him breathing at the computer. I thought that was like the character for the game breathing. Should have given him a mechanical keyboard. Dude, I want the cherry reds. There's space flak exploding over there. I don't know what that was, actually. Maybe somebody else was mining or fighting or something. They said loose battle formation so we don't clump up, but I feel like these capital ships are all clumped up, man. I feel like you get some like fighters in there, they're not gonna be able to do anything without friendly firing their other ships.
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. My word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with.
Dude, they use the same multi-glass that I do.
Like we all hoped to win. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore.
To Chris Roberts.
I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Why voice to text and not voice to recording? What if you're in the office at work? I can't just play you on volume 10 when you send me a text message, okay? People are working here.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
Captain, where the hell are you?
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Where's our freaking captain? We don't know where our captain is. Oh, we went in through the Matrix, Jack.
And before we move on, yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash.
I gotta turn on VSync.
Well, we hope so.
This will be like Death Stranding with a bunch of Hollywood people. If it was anything like the best game of the last 10 years, I would be grateful. Maybe even longer.
Oh, snap, I forgot to tell. I talked to Watkins in logistics and he said the recon team was wiped out.
Really? Then why are we sitting here? Vandal aren't stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want. The longer they wait, more of a chance for 42 to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Hey, there you are.
Hey.
Where's your helmet?
Can't gun without it.
Wow, can't wait to play as a stupid nerd who doesn't even know where his helmet is.
I gotta get to my turret.
I'm gonna get bullied by all the other people on deck.
Jacob's told me the Vandal tried to board ships, and I haven't been able to sleep since.
And then we're gonna look outside a window and my helmet's gonna be passing by in 0G and they're gonna laugh and be like, I told you, the look on his face would be priceless.
I heard we're not getting any reinforcements.
Right, we've been getting tuned up for weeks.
It's this Polo Initiative horse shit. High Command's been freaking out about having to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their...
All right, that's potato soup. That's some chili. We got peas. I don't know what that is on the plate. Some kind of meat patty. This is like a hybrid. Don't know what the peanut butter looking stuff is. It's definitely not peanut butter.
main gun.
They're all drinking like cola as well. Clam chowder? Probably clam chowder. True.
You heard about this show, Lost Squad?
Dude, I would hate sleeping in this area.
They're seriously doing another show about the fall of Cattleman.
So public. I would never make it into the armed forces. And you have to know your limitations, so that's okay.
Okay. Take him to Lake Perrin. He's old enough. And teach him what I taught you.
That's the reason you wouldn't make it. Listen, I'd be an officer at a desk. I would be a desk jockey, okay? Controlling remotely. You'd be a janitor? Yeah, I'd be cleaning up the messes of grunts like you. You're right. How far in the VOD are you? This is the final presentation. And I want to see how it actually happened.
All set?
Like I was watching it live.
You sleep last night?
Yeah, me neither.
Dude, put on my clothes. Get my helmet, man. I do like the general just presentation, though. It reminds me of walking through an area in, like, Cyberpunk, kind of. Just fewer insane people on the monitor killing everyone. Or it reminds me of, like, a Metro Exodus. Walking segments are underappreciated. Like, Metro 2033, Last Light, and Exodus are goated.
Your controls are gonna be screwed.
This is Captain McLaren. CitizenCon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your stations.
Looks like this could be it. Hey, good luck. See you up there.
You got it.
We're going to, and these are the actual, okay, it also is worth noting that this is the single player game, Squadron 42, but all the, like, ships and stuff, I'm sure there's some modifications for just a single player game, but these are, like, ships that are in and flyable in the multiplayer persistent universe. We've walked this ship on one of the tours when we were playing a couple months ago.
Get the hell out of there.
So I actually, like, recognize it.
So glad you could join us. I want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5, here? I don't know how the hell Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just gonna do a full reset so you can get operational. Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration program.
Oh, this is gonna be like the Halo intro.
Start with tracking.
Would you like inverted controls?
Plan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow.
I like all the sounds. This dude's in a turret.
Be all set for controlling your turret. Next
Turret
up,
segment to start the
test your
game,
firing mechanics.
which I don't hate.
The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire.
Simulated rounds. Yeah, a lot of the stuff they designed for quality of life in Squadron makes its way into persistent universe of Star Citizen.
Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific
Dude, everybody
parts of
that
the
plays multiplayer Star Citizen is like, who wants to be a guy in someone else's ship's turret? And it's like, me? Am I the weird one? I don't mind being the turret guy. What's wrong with it? It's fun to turn the turret
Okay, your
and
targeting is tracking solid, so that should do it.
just
Any other gunners?
hold down the trigger,
Up as
man.
well. Everyone up? Marcus, test your tilt. System says it's sticky.
Moving now, sir. Seems fine to me.
Good. All right, people. Eyes open, mouths shut.
Any idea what's happening, sir?
You covering your sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My money's still on the drill.
What'd I just say?
Sorry, sir.
What'd I just say?
About time.
Shut.
It's Gary.
Attention, Second Fleet.
Hold on.
This is Admiral
Oh.
Bishop.
There he is. I was gonna move my camera.
For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it. There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more.
It's Gary Oldman.
Today, we fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system. This means that Kingship
You can tell it's live.
is headed our way. Now, some of you will not survive today, but there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later.
Yeah, there's a dude playing this on the
2 billion
stage.
souls in this system hang in the balance. There should be no illusions about what we were up against. In the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently. We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We will win because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line.
I held the line. He said it. That's Gillian Anderson, by the way, right?
I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Bishop out.
And that's Mark Strong.
Nice speech.
I could recognize him with the blur.
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
And that's Mark Hamill. Wait, no. Who's the antagonist? It's like a group called the Vandal. Music is good. We've got, I appreciate we got Kojima level cutscenes at the beginning.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
Big firepower. Maintain formation. Hold position.
Strip safeties from the Goliath. I'll have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
Now that's a gun.
What are they waiting for?
The same thing you're waiting for. The Reapers are coming! The Reapers have returned! That thing's got like noir punk spotlights on the side.
I thought it would be bigger.
Thanks, Mark
So did
Strong. I thought that was Batman for a second. I got really confused. Is that the gun?
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
How many hamsters do you think they got on wheels to get that thing powered? The Cylons, they're here. The hammerheads. And it's your turn. You better keep us alive.
Contacts inbound.
Got one. I got one.
Good kill.
Absolutely shredding these nerds. You gotta take out these fast, I mean slow movers. Get them. You let it crash into the ship. You let it kamikaze into the ship, man. Can somebody tell the Vandal to stop flying directly at my turret? You're overloading my gun!
I'm signing autographs after.
Good job, all. Stay focused.
Yeah, the debris looks cool.
Sides. Light him up. On.
Woo!
Target down. Good kill. Good job, people.
How do you lead a target in space?
I need a brush off.
The computer
You got your pilot.
decides how long it's going to take for the projectile travel time and then leads ahead of the target. Which is kind of what's happening. If you look at it, the crosshair is on the ship and the gun is automatically sort of firing, leading it. Is submitting a crash report right now.
There we go.
It's alright. We're gonna.
Okay, two things. Three, maybe three. Number one, we all knew there was going to be a crash. And not just because people in chat were like, you shouldn't watch this, there's going to be a crash. We just knew there was going to be one. Two, I think that the crash was just trying to save us for that overlong turret segment. Number three, I got to give them props because it shows that it is a live demonstration and not just like a pre-rendered. They had every opportunity to do like a pre-rendered game segment. There's a lot of instances of that happening in actual E3s in the past. I can distinctly remember Uncharted 4 had a problem when they did a stage demo and the character got stuck standing there for like 60 seconds or something like that. I don't know if there was like a full crash. But there's live is always better than not live. Took longer than expected to crash. No Man's Sky real random trailer moment? What do you mean? Crash was pre-rendered. No.
It's not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships, or traveling to the farthest reaches of the universe, forging connections that
I assume you can skip.
Fighting to protect your home and loved ones. Even
I feel really bad for the presenter, and I also feel really bad for the families of all the developers who Chris Roberts has still imprisoned until Squadron is actually in players' hands. And I really hope, I really hope that they are set free soon.
Those are just the perks.
Because now they're gonna get no food for dinner tonight because of this.
So let's go to back in the game.
Dev tools. They don't deserve food for this. Starve them. Now this dude's hoping, please don't let it happen twice.
Target down. Good kill.
But. But yes, this is just the prologue. Do those bottom guns do anything? Are those bottom guns on the turret? Like, what are these two things down here? Switch modes?
Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off. You got your pilot. All right, gunners. Protect our fighters. Tracking's on.
Dude, this thing, the guns on this have faster articulation than the turret head.
Can't hold out much longer. Damn it, gunners, take out those duels.
Also, I gotta give his aim some credit. He's staying on target.
Thanks for the help, Conrad. You got it.
Yeah, wasn't there? There was UI on the top left and the top right, but it might be like a precision mode. Yeah.
August, shift your position back and drift 8 degrees off X-axis. That should bring that Moiler into your field of fire. Corvers, redirect to fill the gap and take those gunboats off integrity. Scimitar, your turn to play bait.
Shoot some good old American nukes at them. That'll do the trick right there. Those are some big torpedoes.
Banshee, push forward. Let's see how strong that line is. Raiden, you're their support.
Got the railgun firing some rounds.
Multiple impacts, sir. Could have been capital ship fire.
No, it's too focused. It's more like heavy fighters. Do we have a line on them?
Turrets have been taken out, sir.
Gauntlet, come in. We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
On it, sir. Get us in close.
Aye, sir.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here. Make me proud.
Dude, that turret is so big. Wouldn't it make more sense to decouple the top and bottom guns?
Want those dual ships fried and crispy, copy? Aye, Captain. Copy that.
On it, sir.
Let them have it, gunners. It's us or them.
Hey, watch your fire, watch your fire. Stray projectiles hitting friendlies.
Those fighters knocked out the nearest shields. Enemy bombers are incoming. Take them out. Tracking's on.
Oh, that's pretty cool. They are using like a focus fire mode to take off individual pieces. Friendly target, you can hear the computer. We may have ripped some holes in that destroyer next to us. Dude got lucky the last shot got the kill. My frames!
Outstanding.
Thank you, sir. Good job.
Destroy all remaining fighters. This is going to be a 6-hour battle. If they're striving for realism here, because there are thousands of fighters. I don't know if we have enough ammo for this.
Ready up. More incoming. I'm picking up glaives. Take them out.
We just strafed another UEE friendly. Who's getting shot in the ass?
Here we go. Target down.
Sergeant Little, I don't know which target you just got down. Please keep comms clear. That's pretty cool. Nice sound effect, too.
Did you see that? Oh, God.
Shoot the red part for extra crit damage.
Gotta take out that hunter's small turrets. Got another turret.
Can we get any of the other turrets on this vessel to give supporting fire? My projectiles appear to be the only projectiles taking out this flanker. They got a shield. This is cheating. All that RMC to salvage. Okay, see, now I see one of the other turrets shooting at it.
There's too many of them. Waste them.
Sir, we are extremely fortunate the Vandal do not understand evasive maneuvers.
Keep up that fire.
They're sending out their rookie pilots to die.
Corvettes coming around. All gunners, get ready to target the main turret.
Marcus!
Is that Marcus? Can anybody see? Shut up and fire. Take out that main turret. One of my guns is down.
We're gonna die, rookie!
Take out that
Hurry
turret.
up!
It's your only target right now. We won't survive another hit.
Turret down!
The laser's throat singing at us! Wait, you could shoot both of them at the same time this whole time?
Tracking multiple inbound boarding spikes. Target and eliminate. We should get the hell out of here.
There's a lot of debris flying. Are those missiles?
I need help! I need help!
Chat, earlier when they said the game was 30 to 40 hours, that's how long this one battle is. Is that? Look at this targeting reticle. That's alien technology.
Getting away a power spike from the King ship.
Chat, first-person shooter games should not be longer than 15 hours of gameplay, in my opinion. That's maximum time.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the King ship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir.
Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
Oh, they got those Navy PDCs. With the, yeah, the... the top loaders. I don't consider Cyberpunk a first-person shooter, even though it is. To me, it's an RPG first, but yeah. This is like an action game. Work in progress is blocking the subtitles. Like, this campaign, I'm expecting a Call of Duty level campaign. Except with ships.
Second shield generator is down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
That dude is getting dishonorably discharged after this battle is over. If he survives. But like, if they don't kill Gary Oldman, then they have to keep paying him and Mark Strong. So they'll
Hitting
probably
power
both
spikes.
dead.
And charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
The Vandal have made the mistake of using unlimited key blasts. It never works. Not even in sci-fi.
All right, people. 5 seconds out to the fray. Warm up, Cal. You got point.
Copy that. Tally's on me.
The boys.
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
Oh, they're doing the micro shunt boost. The micro quantum. That's a lot of retaliators.
Let's say hi.
Full copy. Chops at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You and Cartwright can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Fatal, Bug, you're in main. They'll be running a double switchback.
Copy that. Tally's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
Got it. All echoes. Stay on the ball.
Light 'em up.
They're shooting space flak at him.
Look out.
Uh-oh. Classic. Oh no. Oh
Wow.
no. The timing.
You don't want that.
Tragic timing. And that's how the battle ended.
Also.
After this day
Must
one,
be.
I believe they have
I
video
don't know, I
footage
skipped
of
past it.
Chris Roberts
Do you want me to use
taking
the
this
arrow?
computer and taking it out back with a baseball bat, and then I think he personally threw it into a dumpster after everybody left.
No, what was the crash?
I just skipped past it because I just went
I
straight in.
just want to know, there's something wrong with this computer.
Uh,
It's literally, I literally played this last night full. Our QA played it, like 10 QA today played this beginning to end. Didn't have the crash. And this one is so annoying. Well,
Should we go to
we
finale?
need to
We
play the
mid-battle again?
replay the battle game. You got to play
Let's do
it.
it.
You got
We're
the
gonna go
story.
again. We're gonna keep going.
I'm not doing that again. That is so freaking annoying.
he's like, my ass is on the line after this. I got some explanations to do. All right, is this just the cutscene again? We have the advantage of time travel. Wait, is that? Wait, hold on. Did I go too far? Wait, what part did he skip the cutscene? What cutscene is this? Did we already do that? Not far enough. Okay.
Shields.
Sir.
I don't remember that happening. Maybe I was looking at chat. YouTube, don't do it. Right here, right?
Let's say hi.
All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You and Cartwright can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Fatal, Mug, you're in main. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
Got it. All echoes, stay on the ball.
Light them up.
Look out.
Okay. This is where it crashed. And now we're back.
Cal, I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
You might be right.
Look what you did.
Shield's open up.
This is... Okay, I'm sorry to pause right now, but isn't that just like the holdo maneuver? Like, if you just crash a ship into another ship, it opens up the shields? Why don't we just have one dummy ship that's remote controlled that crashes into the... to open up the shields so that we can kill it?
Shields up!
Damn, dude.
Report!
Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
Hit him. Hit him.
Oh, now's not the time to be playing the blame game, boys. He's got the frickin' Infinity Stone. He's got the cube. I love that little like. Hold on. Yeah. I love that guy. The way he's like creeping over the controls. This dude's pissed. You can't do that, man. You have to go into travel mode, which disables your shields to do that.
Sir, King ship's headed right for us.
Can we evade?
Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
Getting a rapid increase in the King ship's energy signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention, fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer to stay, we can sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate all the power they've got. Maybe we can take out this King ship before it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every ounce of juice pumped into those guns. If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
Rip Hammerhead. Rip that guy.
Vandal forces have seized control of major systems.
Player taking a nap.
There's a pod here, come on! Go, go, go! Come on!
Suffocating.
Come on,
That guy. That poor bastard. Come on, you piece of shit. There's only one med pin left. Ow. Med pins can't heal tier 1, 2, or 3 wounds, unfortunately. So you were limping before. That means you're gonna need a med badge. What? How bad is it?
They're on board, they're on board. Move, move! Let's go! Ah! Shit! Ah!
They got gun spears? Dude, I want a gun spear.
Hey, hey, hold the door!
Go faster, main character! Hold shift! Oh my god, this guy. What? Why does everyone keep dying in like in extremely comical ways? This dude is screwed, man. Jesus!
I need to find another way out of here.
Final destination shit.
All personnel evacuate ship.
Give that guy a med pin, man. He's still alive. This is what this ship looks like if you try and solo it without a crew. Okay, you're gonna be trying to engineer and clean this up for hours after a single engagement. Press tab to release a scan wave. Help that person. That's Morton. Drag body? What if he's still alive? Uh-oh. The password is admin password 1 2 3 4. There's not a lot of operational security on this ship. I thought he was gonna, like, pick that guy's arm up and, like, you know, like, flop his arm over or something like that. The alien vents. Gotta do the E3 wipe. That guy deserved to die. He didn't even try to run. Do you think you can? Okay. Do you think if you walk too fast in the prologue, you can get killed there? Like if you're like here, do you think you get like straight through? Wait, this is where we need to go now. Best I can do is SMG, sir. So far, all the people shooting at this alien have been ineffective, but it'll be different this time. You're dead, man! We gotta have a better plan. Shoot him in the head. Gotta steal somebody else's access code. Oh shit.
Alert. Fire detected. Room locking down. Repeat. Room locking down.
I got one fire extinguisher for you, bro. It's gonna have to be enough. Gotta use the new tech for the persistent universe. Fireman gameplay. That's my kind of gameplay, dude. This room looks badass, though, with the blue and red.
Back in the game.
Spray him with the fire extinguisher. That's my spear gun now.
Breach detected. Depressurizing.
Pick it up. Uh-oh. Never mind. Are you wearing your space helmet? I think so, right? Ooh.
Ceiling sealed.
I saw Sandra Bullock get through this, so can you, dude. You didn't. You're supposed to hit F. Launch yourself at nearby surfaces. We got 0G gameplay. It's pretty cool. Spider-Man. Yeah, like Dead Space 1 gravity jumps. Yeah, that's what I thought of too. I think my favorite segments are like the... I don't care about cutscenes as much. I like the cinematics to happen in first person. That's what I don't know. Like for example, Battlefield, single-player Battlefield was never very good, but the cool shit that would happen while you were in first person was always impressive. I think the immersion aspect is more fun to me than seeing the actual like cinematics. Because these segments are pretty cool. When he gets blown out. And just the sheer amount of random stuff happening in the background is cool. I prefer this to the turret segment. The turret segment was just really long, and all the, like, Vanduul ships seemed to just be flying slowly toward you so that you could shoot them easy. Which is hopefully not indicative of how the rest of the AI is going to be throughout the rest of the game.
And if you didn't already realize, I don't have an EVA pack.
He's running out of O2. Heart rate's going up. Gonna get the heart attack bug. Oh, damn. That body just yeeted out there and is gone. Yeah, I liked how God of War did it. I did like the God of War one take. Camera never cuts, except for even loading screens, unless you die. Alright, you're not gonna make it if you try and jump there. I wouldn't recommend going for the hammerhead. It looks awesome though. I like that the piece like moves once you collide with it also. Alright, this is the big one, dude. Long jump. You're gonna have to find some oxygen real fast though, man. Apparently space has some atmosphere. Hold on, I can hear laser beams in my sci-fi game. That ship exploding in my
Warning, oxygen low.
Pressurizing. Pressurized. Gravity online.
I like that segment. See, like, for all this, I want to stay in first person.
Thought I was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something. Follow me. We're running low on power, so I have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters to change direction. Take a seat. I need you to steer the ship. Time for your first piloting lesson.
How did we get back to the same ship? You just saw us. We were flying through space.
We're setting a new course. With that.
We got sucked out of this ship and then just turned around and went back to it. The long way. Oh man, this part looks cool. I like the projected course display. That's a creative way to do it. The thing that's gonna set this game apart from like a Call of Duty campaign is not the narrative, but the fact that all the ships are technically pilotable. Whether they let you do it over the course of the campaign is a different thing. And this is on rails, don't get me wrong. But it's the prologue, and if they want to open it up to you later so that you have full flight control,
Good.
then that's going to be a thing that like another regular campaign game can't do.
Engaging autopilot.
Cordless! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
The situation's under control. You are to reverse.
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Lock your course. Get off that thing. Both of you clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel.
I will. Damn it.
The spike launchers. It's Shredder! Oh my god, it's actually Shredder! The foot soldiers!
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off. Go now.
Yes, sir.
Captain, you don't look so good. Captain, I think we're losing you. Quick, get out of here before it crashes again, dude.
Disabling safeties on the reactor to boost some extra juice. Here they come!
Are they boarding in the bridge? Like directly onto the bridge? Bro, you gotta back up, man. Bro, you gotta give him some space, man! She's carrying your ass right now. You got 36% HP, I would heal. I'm trying to backseat this dude. Good time to reload. Good reload. He's dodging. There's another one. Backseat the hell out of him, like over his shoulder. You gotta pick up a sidearm. We need 2 guns. All right, well, you're in a sticky situation now, dude. Oh, oh, oh! Good clear, good clear. Don't cap your superior officer in the head. That's a great plan.
On me, quick!
Don't worry, don't worry.
The crowd's telling him to heal. Good.
This head pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door. Give me your rifle.
Can I have your wristwatch? I'll handle it from here.
Oh no.
What's the status on the door?
Jared, I think you can roll the next bit.
I do solemnly pledge mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
That was a good call to just
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered.
pull the plug
Captain
there.
McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
I thought that was Simon Pegg for a moment.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir,
In PUV, baby. The main
New
character
wingman,
ship.
sir. The name's...
Want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
See, this is the stuff that's going to separate it. Once they get a little bit hands-off on the missions. You get a freaking boat? We Half-Life 2 now? I saw the boat in the previous CitizenCon. See, like, to me, the prologue is fine. It's kind of standard. All the stuff in all that, the sizzle reel looks like 10 times better to me.
All right.
And they announced
well,
2026.
We did
Yeah.
say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they brought their raft down on us. I think Rich has to be our unluckiest playtester, because you're...
I didn't die, though.
You didn't die, that's true.
I didn't die.
You also got the bug where she doesn't give you the gun at the end.
This let me down, not
So anyway, I hope you all enjoyed the first gameplay reveal. There's a lot more that goes on in Squadron 42 after that, but that sort of sets up where you came from, and from there you go in to become a pilot and start serving on a smaller ship, the Stanton, which I think we've shown a little bit before. But you know, there's a lot more in the game than we were just showing there, and it also, I think, has been a lot more stable for me when I was playing these last few weeks. But you know, as I said at the start, we have 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and you know,
30 to 40 hours
we can
of
bring the quality
gameplay
of the game up to the level we've just shown, and more, without crashes. And both the team and I are confident of giving you this game in 2026. Obviously, you can see it's not going to be tomorrow, because you saw a few crashes there. And speaking of the team, a lot of them are here tonight, and I'd like to extend a huge thanks to all of them for their hard work, love and passion and talent in crafting Squadron 42. So a lot of what you saw is all their love and passion. So thank you guys very much. You're amazing.
What are you doing?
And
Why are you up?
thank you for supporting us and allowing us to build such a ambitious game. I mean, crashes aside, there's probably not another game that has a prologue that has that much action. I mean, mostly there aren't movies that have that much action in the... I mean, Gladiator has 3 minutes of battle and 8 minutes of prologue. This was like an hour of crazy stuff. So, but thank you for allowing us to build something so
Gladiator.
amazing. And I can't wait for
Why are we
you
comparing
all to be able to
it
play
to
it in the moderate future.
It's a
And with
strange
that,
comparison.
I'll bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow to talk about the future of the verse. And I think there's some amazing stuff that Rich and the team are going to show that are going to blow you away, and we're going to talk about how we're bringing Star Citizen home, as well as Squadron 42.
But the one thing that is good about the crash is now we don't have to convince anybody that it definitely was live.
Yeah. But I am listening to Tyler and Jared next time, and we'll have a gameplay video. All right, thank you all and good night.
Puppy, what'd you think? Midas, what did you think? See you in the verse. Don't lick the microphone cover. Are there any secrets at the end of this? Okay, I'm just making sure. You know, listen. Anytime I watch a movie, I fast forward to the credits. After me, well, okay. Let me rephrase that. Every time I watch a movie and the credits start, after I have watched the movie, I don't fast forward to the credits. Then I fast forward through the credits to make sure, even for movies that are like 25 years old, because you never know, just in case. Marvel trained you well? No, there's before Marvel ever did it is I was just watching like a documentary about this. I have old man brain. For me, it was... yeah, all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, I believe, have post-credit scenes. That was definitely among the first one. Also, X-Men Last Stand. That's technically a Marvel movie. Also, The Matrix. I think the second Matrix has like a post-credit trailer. Those are the ones that I remember. And I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's more. Okay, I know that there was a YouTube upload of this with the full thing. I know very zealous chatters. I will pull it up for you and we can watch the last 30 seconds together, okay? Basically, they went and re-recorded the they went and re-recorded the gameplay after so that it is like a which is probably the preferable way to watch it, not just because of the crashes, but also because the audio is not coming in from the theater. The audio is now plugged directly into the recording instead of being like all echoey. So yeah, all the audio is like more coherent. But where do we go? Here? It's definitely higher fidelity. Yeah, it looks better. It definitely looks better. I respect them for doing it live, though. Zoom! Bro is zooming, man. Okay, my dude. You can't have the same dodge QuickTime event every time a Vandal Spear guy tackles you. Okay, I'm sorry. But you gotta have at least 3 animations for when you get tackled by a Vandal Spear guy. Those are rules.
Nice work. On me, quick!
The aliens are all trained to do the overhead finisher.
Almost finished here.
Hold on.
Ejection system offline.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door.
There's an alien in my room. I know, there is.
I'll cover you. I just need a minute to finish up here.
This is the part that we didn't see.
Status on the door.
We're good. Down!
Captain.
Sir.
We gotta kill off the big name actors. They can't all be in the whole game.
Just do me a favor. Give this to Bishop.
Every single big name actor's death is already
Tell him
written.
It's all gonna be okay. Tell them it was a good trip.
Warning. Collision imminent.
Get the hell out of here.
Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact. Warning. Impact.
I said get out of here.
No, I'm not leaving you.
Heartbeat. Okay, there's the there we saw the ending.
Mind and body.
Where's the door? I mean, I was just assuming it was like right here. I'm assuming when he pulls the thing and looks away, it does like a glass. You guys gonna really make me look at this? Like I don't know. I assumed there was like just a transparent glass. I don't know, man.
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
I know we just watched this, but I was going to analyze it.
Application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered.
And it's in higher
Captain
definition.
McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. You're safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do...
See, this is what I'm looking... Okay. This is what I'm looking forward to. Get me out of the prologue. I don't... Listen. I know everybody else is like wowed by the scale. I'm ready to go on a smaller ship. I don't even consider this ship small. But when he's like, yeah, after the prologue, you get to go on a smaller ship and kind of earn your pilot's license there. See, that's more interesting to me. I want to keep it like smaller scale. Like us versus the Reapers, that's not really a compelling sort of story narrative for me. I want like a life on the Stanton narrative.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
There's
Welcome
that
to
MPUV
Stanton.
cargo.
I'm Eugene
Yes! I'm gonna get my pilot's license as a cargo hauler in the MPUV.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir?
Thanks,
Who the
Davos.
hell are you? I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in this. You can freeze frame any one of these and be like, what the hell is all of that? See, the boat section actually looks really cool. That's from the other Star Citizen Con that we watched a little bit of this section actually already. Star Wars, the classic Star Wars scene. Looks good. As far as like the actual gameplay section goes, I know we didn't watch this version. I would say that as prologues go, the how do I say this? I'm gonna try and be even-handed and not too negative or too positive. I think it's fine, but I think that I am naturally, I'm sure that they did not want to hear that it was fine. They want to hear it was amazing. For me, a good prologue, listen, if I had full creative control, I would just skip that entire scene, because I think that it's more like the story and then, first of all, YouTube, can you get your shit together, YouTube? Thank you. Like to me, a more compelling prologue is you get put on the Stanton, right, as a greenhorn, and it's after that battle. The battle, you're not even there. You're not one of the soldiers. You don't even see it. And all the people who are on the Stanton are like survivors of that. Like they were all there. And because you're a greenhorn, you're having to kind of like, the story is you're sort of ingratiating yourself with all the other soldiers who look down upon you somewhat for not having been there to hold the line when everyone else was. So you kind of have like a fish out of water initiate situation where your prologue is kind of like meeting all of the different crew of the ship and slowly having to like kind of work your way in and become one of them, like a respected member of the team. You know what I mean? Whereas in this, it seems like you're kind of being set up as like a hero who already earns their stripes in the prologue that's on rails, and then you go on to kind of become a pilot because you're like the only survivor of your ship other than any escape pods who happen to get away. You were the last one to see the captain and like carry her body out of there. So you're already going to be like somewhat hailed as a hero right from the beginning, right? Yeah, but how would you be the chosen one in that situation? I don't know if it doesn't have to be a chosen one. Like you can still be the guy that does all the cool shit because it's a video game and that's what they want. But I guess another way to put it is I have trouble with a prologue who doesn't introduce me to a single character. We don't know of one character that survives that encounter. Like, I assume maybe Gary Oldman's character survives. Maybe Mark Strong's character survives. So we don't know anybody from the prologue because everybody dies, presumably. Maybe a couple of the other pilot guys who kind of like buddy you at the beginning about your helmet. Maybe they happen to survive and then you meet them afterwards. But it would have been nice to have some meaningful interactions with another character who also survives, so that you have any kind of like attachment to any of the characters. So the problem with the prologue from a narrative perspective to me is that it doesn't do anything to actually build up a relationship with any of the characters because they all die. So to me, a good prologue is, you don't like, sure, if you want to have action, but have it be action that is actively building toward an emotional connection to the other characters. And that's why I would say it's kind of just like an average prologue to me. if you could talk to the crew and read some lore and stuff, yeah, like clearly that's what they're gonna do when you get to the Stanton, is like let you roam the ship, probably talk to all the people that are on the ship, learn some information about it. The problem is that Star Citizen or Squadron 42, like every other modern action movie, doesn't think that you have the attention span to start with that. So they all try to start with like some big action stinger so that it's like a way to try to get you hooked. Like it's like an intro hook so that when they do slow everything down and then let you go talk to people and not have an insane giant action set piece, that you don't get bored, basically. So they're trying to like earn the ability to slow down the game and put you kind of like in that situation, which in my opinion never works on me, because the intro bombastic action sequence, all it does is actually just like make that section that comes after it worse. Because by comparison now, I can feel the brakes being put on from like go, 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 explosions, lasers, the missiles, torpedoes, capital ships are exploding. And then going from that to like sitting on my bunk talking through somebody's backstory is more jarring as a result. That's why killing off the character in the prologue action scene is the best way. Yeah, like to me, the only solution to that is kill off the prologue character, and the character that you're playing as dies at the end of that scene, and then cut to the next scene where you go character creator, make your own dude, and then start fresh, and then that dude who you were just playing as is like revered as a hero and has like a statue of him and all that shit. You know what I mean? And is like, and you're kind of living in that dude's shadow. Could even just be like your big brother or something, maybe. Yeah. But anyway, that's just my take. To be honest, I want something between X4 spawning you into the universe and a dragged out intro. Well, I mean, X4 is a sandbox game. This is never going to be a sandbox game. But yeah. Like, I don't have any problem with the game being on rails. It's not supposed to be an RPG. I'm just talking about from purely like a storytelling perspective. That the action set pieces at the beginning, the reason they don't do anything for me is because they inevitably lead to all the characters you interact with dying immediately. So it's just there for lasers go pew and explosions go boom. Like, I need somebody, like I just need a connection to any character. Now, you could say maybe the captain survives, that's why you drag her body, maybe they heal her and she lives and then gives you a commendation or something. I don't know. Maybe, and then you build up, but she's not in the rest of the trailer footage. I only see, like, they got a trailer here at the end, and the only people in the trailer is Mark Hamill and Davos. I don't see any of the other characters from the prologue in the trailer.
Solemnly pledged, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
I want to be a dirty field peasant like Luke and rise up to the task. Kinda.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. You're safe.
Yeah, they said you get to do character customization later.
But the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
So maybe that dude does die and there's more to the prologue.
I'm Petty Officer
And they just don't want to spoil that.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Because, like, is the player character in this at all? I don't see the player character either.
He's one of our best.
Sir, in this trailer.
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name and live long enough for me to care?
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Or is that the guy?
Launching in 3, 2,
I don't know. The main character kind of looked like generic white guy to me. I didn't really like catch any facial features. So I don't remember what he looked like at all. Just brown hair guy. Okay, anyway. Not sure how I feel about the fact you're working for the Empire. Kill off the prologue character, make it your dad or whatever. But yeah, it's decent. Like action doesn't do anything for me in these types of things. Action only works for me when it's coupled with emotional stakes. So you got to show me what the emotional stakes are. Yeah, it has to be both. Like John Wick doesn't work without the puppy. I know it's sad, but like if you take out the puppy from John Wick, it fails as a movie. Every action movie needs to have an emotional component. So like bombastic prologues just can't, they don't grab me because they're not giving me any time to get attached to any of the other characters or cast, and they're killing them all. So I need something to, you know, I need something to latch onto. And so right now it's just, and worse, I don't know the character's motivations. So like the main character that I'm playing as, I don't know what they want. I don't know what they're aspiring to be. I don't know what their backstory is. I don't know a thing about them other than they've been thrust into this situation that's larger than life and having to try and figure out how to survive. So I want to learn more about who I'm playing as. Because like, I don't mind when characters have like a predetermined backstory. I like V in Cyberpunk, even though it's not like me. I didn't make V, right? But V has like a backstory already in the world. He was the turret guy and the aliens took out his turret. He's out for revenge. But yeah, like, a good story is more than just giving a 3D render to lore. Right? Like, you can tell me that the battle against the Vandal happened like this and this and this, and this ship died, and that ship died, and this person died. But you got to give me like it's a first-person shooter, so you got to give me a connection, a strand to the character that I'm playing as, and the characters that they're interacting with, and like I need to know something about them before I care about the action that they're participating in. He likes fighters, and he wants to be a pilot. We ended up watching that for that 3 times. How you feel about Skyrim story? Nobody plays Skyrim for the main story. You only play it for side quests. So, I don't feel much about the Skyrim story. Not much at all. There's story in Bethesda games. There are sometimes even good stories in them. Also, Tom, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate the sub. Thank you once again, KXZ, for 49 months. And Switched is People Arriving for 12. What's up, KXZ and Switched? Hey, guys. Dude, we watched pretty much all of day one. If I can go back to the highlights for me, by the way, I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow, but we'll probably watch day 2 like Monday, because it should be shorter. The stuff that they have that's going to be starting again at like 2 a.m. my time, I'll be asleep. but it's in like 3 hours. Is it starting in like 3 hours? The highlights for me, I thought that the swamp looked cool, like having the new biomes and whatnot looked good. That wasn't a highlight, but it looked nice. Jungles. And the new like density. The weather was definitely a highlight. I am very much questioning the ability of these supposed thousands of unique quote-unquote outposts. I don't think that's going to be quite what they're selling it as, because at one point they make a very bold claim. I'm trying to remember who made the claim.
So I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. You're off stage, making for some unique locations.
I don't think it was him though.
All right. Those new.
Maybe it was like right at the beginning. Was it Chris? I don't think it was Chris. Someone was up here and said, we are going to make every single location. There will be no two locations that are the same or something like that. I forget who said it though. And it was a super bold claim. And I don't remember who uttered it. But I don't I don't buy it.
Planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time for Phase 3 Civilization to give you some stuff to do. So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps. But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now.
Okay.
At the moment in the verse, all big forward. This doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing, pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should. So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow. And with any workflow means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice.
Okay, we don't want you to find the same location twice. And then they went on to say,
with each their own data and this into we can put clusters. Now that we have a cluster, let's go even bigger.
So these are supposed to be all the different settlements inside of one cluster.
Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together, ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector. Like this one, that has about 120 locations. However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have. With each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay. And for you to find a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet...
Why are they spinning the numbers like a slot machine?
Can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations.
3,000 locations. No repetition. Generated with without having to handcraft each one of them. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Okay, anyway, the actual impressive stuff to me, I did like the sound demo where they were doing like their own custom speed of sound where there's like a Doppler effect built into every sound effect.
Whenever you drop a Moab. One more. That's pretty cool. So, the speed of sound simulation gives you a better summary, changes game facts and
the biomes we talked.
Okay, yeah, all the weather stuff is amazing. That definitely the weather is my favorite bit. We've watched this like 4 times today.
Earlier, and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions.
Basically, they're actually dynamically generating cloud and weather formations using their new. They're gonna do like bedrock, soil, debris, snow tracking. What was the
to make it look more real? Thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the
where was the new info on
that's
like
how it all works? Let's meet the flora that came together to beat that forest.
Key-based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. We want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want innovation.
Great. It's cute to the
something about like they have like humidity trackers and it's going to dynamically form based on like the humidity, the wind maps, and the temperature is going to dictate when and where clouds form. I lost the clouds already because this is lighting. Clouds are over here.
How light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here. Something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up. It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data, stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers. Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us. We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it it's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
All here. Weather dislocating fast in this location. Conditions have deteriorated. Severe items. We need to leave now. Get back here.
Get the hell out of here, man. Okay. They're gonna RP walk, but it looks cool anyway.
I'm getting out of this suit now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
Other people flying spaceships around you always looks cooler. Okay, I'm still not convinced that the physics on the stuff that gets blown around here is gonna make it into the multiplayer. That looks like a single player feature for Squadron 42. Those things will be desyncing to hell. You can't, like, until you can stack a water bottle on a table in your hangar without everything exploding, then I don't believe that those things are gonna have physics in multiplayer. Okay. We'll watch the fly up. It's cool. Gotta show it off into Zeus. The Zeus is loose. Later, nerd. Props for the orange and black Zeus also. Okay, I had to watch it one more time. That was definitely the highlight for me. The other one, I like the social features for streamers. And then there was another thing. I'm a little dubious on the gear balance for the armor set. I like the new system. I like all the stuff that they showed on like Nyx and the other spot. Looked cool. Sherman. Looked pretty sweet. Oh yeah. Can't pause during that. All right. Chat. GG's. We did it. It was a 9-hour presentation that we squished into 8, and that's with commentary. And a 20 to 30 minute intro. So here's what we'll do. We will probably pick this up on Monday and like catch up on all the part 2 stuff. Unless something phenomenal happens tomorrow and I'm like, well, I gotta go live. But I'm gonna plan on Monday, since it should be shorter tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean in 3 hours. I think it starts in like 3 hours. I'm not going to be streaming in 3 hours. But I had fun watching it. It was cool to catch up. I was going to watch it anyway off stream. We will catch up on day 2. And then we'll probably also catch up on... I haven't watched the Inside Star Citizen on engineering. So probably watch that. And then we'll hopefully have time to actually play. Because I haven't gotten to play 3.2.4.2, but giving that a couple days I think is a good idea because this is what I am greeted with when I go to look at it. Degraded performances. We are working on resolving an issue. Enter at your own risk, is what the launcher is telling me. So it's probably for the best that we did not get to try and play today. Anyways, enter at your own risk is a hell of a warning to get on a launcher. I don't want to have another ship get deleted. That's absolutely true. Cold Diggity, thank you for the sub. Appreciate the in-stream sub. Game is warning me. But I had fun checking that out with you guys. Thanks for tagging along and watching it alongside me. I hope you had fun. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chilling. I'll catch you for the next one, all right? Come back on Monday, and hopefully the game stability will have gone up post CitizenCon. Keep your eyes peeled for a stream tomorrow, but I really don't think there will be one till Monday. And I will catch you for that, all right? Get out of here, you stinkies. It's been bad the last few days. That's what I've heard. Since they pushed the patch live that probably wasn't ready to get pushed to live. But seems cool. Good stuff to talk about at the convention, and it's nice to keep up with what's going on. And a game that I really love, I just want it to let me love it. Such as not warning me not to play it because it would be a terrible experience if I did. Just let me love you, man. But I appreciate you guys watching. Thanks for making it more entertaining. And I enjoyed getting to spend a full 8.5 hour react day. All right, good night, guys. Have a good one. Dragobot, Eparchy, Private Pile, Golden Fishy, The Dark, Chillin' Sicilian, good night, Gilmadesh, Foxdot, IMC, Jramble, Kilion, Prismus, Trinsic, Warrant, Adamala, Monsters, and everybody else, all right? Now go into the void. We're going to play some Star Citizen this week, though, because I got the urge. I got the itch. So stay tuned, but also have patience, because it ain't working. I need to give them a little bit to try and bring the servers stable so I can actually go in and try some cargo hauling. Maybe get myself an Atlas, assuming they're selling those in-game. And also, I would like to see all the new MFD and HUD of all the ships and see the other new features from 3.2, 4.2, whatever they're on right now. Now get out of here. Good night. Come back on Monday. All right? Night-night. Bye-bye.